What do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God! No!
Hey, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you are, whatever you're doing. Welcome. It's me, Legal Vices, and you found my channel, Legal Vices. And that's where we are. I'm just bringing up the court feed to make sure we don't miss any of the action today. It looks like Winston Churchill is outside the court at the moment. But anyway, all right, are we ready for a good little introduction here? Yesterday was apparently a good day after I left. So we'll have to worry about that later. Let me get this blanket out of the way here. All right. There. Now I'm comfortable. Okay. Yesterday morning sucked. It was a bad day. It was a rough day. Yesterday afternoon apparently was much more interesting while I was sleeping. But we'll get into all that in just a minute. First of all, I want to say welcome to the mods. Thank you for being here, mods. Doing your thing, doing your moddy thing. It's always great to have your chat, the greatest chat on YouTube, the Vice Squad. You're all here. That's a wonderful thing to see. And we are going to have a good show today. We'll see who pops in as the night goes on. But before we do that, before we doing that, the rest of the housekeeping. We've got our like poll up today. No subscribe poll today, just the like poll. And again, it's tied to guilt or innocence. We are coming to the end of the prosecution's case, I think. This entire trial is supposed to be wrapped up by next Friday, including verdict. So there's not a lot of time. I mean, they're going to have to either shut it down today or maybe tomorrow. I don't know, but they're coming to the end. Have they made their case? Are they making their case? Now's your time to decide in the like poll we have up. Smash the like button and then get over there and take the poll. I smashed the like button to cast a vote for guilty. I smashed the like button to cast a vote for not guilty. I'm not giving you a cop-out this time. I'm not giving you an, oh, I don't know answer. That answer is no longer applicable. It's time to get off the fence. It's time to make a decision. Now, keep your mind open. There still may be some devastating prosecution witness evidence coming up. There may be a smoking gun, figuratively or literally, but make your vote now. Make your vote, cast it, and keep your mind open just in case. But right now, I'm in the not guilty. Do I think he did it? Yeah. Signs indicate yes to me, but has the state proved guilt beyond a reasonable doubt? I don't think they have yet. I don't think they have. In fact, to me, they're a long way from it. But we'll see how y'all think here. Looking right now at the poll, there's 42% says guilty and 59% say not guilty. We'll keep this poll up, and then we'll go through a couple of witnesses, and maybe at the first 10-minute break, we'll switch it to see if any of you have changed your mind by that point. And if you're here and if you like what you're seeing, if you haven't seen this before, I would be incredibly grateful if you would reach down there and hit that subscribe button as well. We are 22 subscribers away from 33,300. That would be awesome to get another 22 subscribers before the end of the show. 22 subscribers away from 33,300. Hit that subscribe button if you are so inclined. Now, super chats are active. Please feel free to super chat your life away. But I don't grift for super chats here. That all happens tomorrow. Tomorrow is the boozy, drunken griftathon show. Once a month, we do something we call F It Friday for the first couple of hours. Then we just drop the F-bomb and call it the F-bomb Friday after YouTube looks the other direction. But what we do on that's just the once a month grift where we really, really hammer out just everything. We talk about stories or try to talk about stories that we don't normally cover. It's just a chill stream with a lot of fun people, a lot of good guests. Just shenanigans, high drinks. Hopefully it'll be high drinks. The whole gist of this is if you feel inclined, $100 super chats. and I will be doing a shot of premium whiskey. This month is going to be a Glenmorangie 18-year Scotch. We did the Glenmorangie Signet last month, which is my favorite Scotch, all around Scotch on earth. The Glenmorangie 18 is a very close second to that. And that's what we'll be doing. And the aggregates of 100, if you don't feel like throwing $100 at me, the aggregates, the lesser ones, whatever adds up to $100 gets a shot of a lesser tier whiskey. But we just do this from, it'll be starting at 8 p.m. Eastern time, Friday, which is 10 a.m. my time. So 1 a.m. UK time and noon Australia time. And it'll just go until I can't go anymore. It'll go until my liver has told me it's time to quit. And let's see, we've got a good guest list. Here's the guest list coming up for Friday. Let me pull up the guest list. This is the guest list so far. Aussie Overlord, who hopefully will be joining us here in a couple of hours when he wakes up. Mean Copium from Japan. He does his own drink stream on Friday, but then he'll join me for mine. Danny On is going to try to be here. Runkle of the Bailey. Stephen N. Gosney. Steve the legend, the Steve that does everything, Steve. And our very own Drex will be here. Drex is going to make an appearance. Potentially Criminal Sean has said he's going to check in. Andrea Burkhart. I haven't talked to Andrea in quite a while. She's going to be here. She's got like the first hour lined up. Then she's got to go do some other things. Flux. Our very own Mod Flux with her own awesome channel. Flux will be here. Ari Jacob, who was on here with me a couple of days ago, is going to check in. Christina Radix Verum is that she's almost certain she can be here. Steph, the Altar Nerd. It's 1 a.m. in the morning for her, but she's going to try to be here. And there was a discussion today where Nick Ricada said he wants to be here. He's going to try to be here, but it depends on his wife and their schedule. So there's a possibility of a Nick sighting. And that takes care of all the homekeeping stuff, the housekeeping stuff we've got to do behind here. So right now, join me tonight for this stream. And there's 300 of you watching here right now. You 300 could be watching any other stream about this, but you've chosen to be here, and I do not take that for granted. I deeply appreciate it. Stick with me here through the rest of the day, and you won't regret it because we're gonna have as much fun as we can with this trial. Oh shoot, because it wasn't a good morning for me. And when we switched over to Andrew, apparently things got a little bit better. So let's talk about that now. First of all, XComer, Legal Vices Fallen Angels level 5 months, sending us some I guess those are little holiday popper things. That's cool. And Wrestler's Mom, welcome Wrestler's Mom. Welcoming you for 2 months of the Clean and Sober crew. All righty. There we go. I think we're up to date. No super chats to get through yet, so let's go. I got this like random stash hair that's like tickling right there in the corner of my nose. That's gonna drive me crazy. Kim Farnham says that's quite a guest list. Yeah, it is. My F at Friday streams are really fun. Well, Flux, you might have your chance tomorrow to say more than "Hi, I think you're so cool" to Nick. So what happened yesterday morning in this trial? Nothing. It was literally 4 hours of so-and-so at 7:13 a.m. took 28 steps. At 8:13 a.m., they took 280 steps. At 1 p.m., they took 23 steps. That's all it was for everybody that had a cell phone, apparently. They're trying to show you who's moving, how much they were moving, and where they were moving, but they were doing it in such a bad, boring, dreary way that I just kind of lost my shit at one point. Oops, sorry, you too. I lost my crap at one point. And they're going through text messages. So-and-so sent a text message. And I mean, these text messages were like, I don't like scary movies. Recommend a good movie. Or I don't like sad movies. It was just something they're texting me something they're recommending to watch. What the hell was it? A Star is Born, stuff like that. It was dull, it was dreary, and it was horrifically boring. But the one interesting thing that did come out of that morning was the prosecutor's witness. And again, what they were trying to show, reportedly, allegedly, supposedly was that how everybody was moving around and whether Alex's phone was near Maggie and Paul's phone at or around the time of the murder, whether all three of them were moving or whether Alex was supposed to be asleep when it happened or something along those lines, whether he was not moving and they were moving somewhere else. But the state's own witness under direct examination by the prosecution gave the testimony that they were not moving at the same time. They could not have, and that's part of their theory, is that after he deleted his wife, he took her cell phone and drove down the road and threw it out the window. The state's own witness said that didn't happen. That couldn't have happened. The state's own witnesses, they're burying their case. That guy, the state's own witness on the state's questioning said, no, this can't happen. The state's witness previously, the criminologist, was forced to admit by the defense that the two gunman theory is a, quote, reasonable explanation for what happened. So the prosecution's own witnesses have said it's a reasonable explanation there were two people and that he could not have had her phone together with his at the same time. So what happened in the afternoon? The afternoon is what fascinates me. I talked to Andrew and he said, ha, 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 you went to sleep and things got good, which is kind of the story of my trial streams. All right. With the first witness in the afternoon, or the second witness, the first non-police officer witness was Rogan, the friend of Paul, one of Paul's best friends. She said that Paul called and asked if there was a problem with the dog's tail. And he then he said, I'm going to send you a video. When he was talking to me, he said he heard Alex's voice on the phone call. And he said, well, he was trying to describe what was going on with the dog's tail, but he couldn't really explain it very well. So he went, he said, well, let's do a, I almost said live stream. Let's do a video chat. And I'll show you how things go. I'll show you the tail and you can see what's up. And then he called, but it was breaking up and he couldn't connect real well. And then he called Paul a few times around 8:40. They're trying to set the murders right around 8:40. He said right around 8:40, he tried to call Paul a few times, but Paul didn't answer. So he called Paul's mother, Maggie, and texted her. He texted Maggie, but Maggie didn't answer either. So there was no response from anyone after around 8:40. And the testimony I wanted to bring up here is, let's see. Let's look at this. Was at the 7 hour and 39 minute mark. Where's the 7 hour and 39 minute mark? We can skip back on this. Scroll back 1 minute. All right. Let's see. Boom.
10:25 p.m. and 10:30 p.m.
Gosh, dang it.
When you spoke to Special Agent Croft on June 8th, 2021, did you tell him and Special Agent McAllister who you thought you heard on that phone call at 8:40?
I did.
And who did you say you heard?
I thought it was Mr. Alec, but I wasn't exactly sure.
Did you give him a percentage?
I did.
What'd you say?
99%.
That you heard Mr. Alec on that phone call at 8:40?
That's correct.
As time went on after the murders, did you go to Moselle where all the family and friends were gathering?
I did.
Were you there a fair amount?
Probably the whole part of that later that week.
While you were there at the...
Okay, now I'm going to skip ahead a little bit here. I'm going to skip ahead about 7 minutes where they continue discussing this call from Paul where they heard Alex's voice. This is 7:45 mark.
Paul at the kennels at 8:40 p.m. on the night of June 7th, 2021. Did Paul sound normal to you?
He did.
Did he sound stressed to you?
He did not.
Did he sound like someone was there that he didn't know?
No, sir.
Did he sound worried?
He did.
Did you hear Maggie's voice?
I did.
Did she sound stressed?
She did.
Did she sound worried?
No,
Did she sound normal?
she did.
Did she sound like there was somebody there she didn't know?
No, sir.
Or that she was in danger?
No, sir.
Did you hear Alex's voice?
What I thought was his voice at the time, yeah.
When Maggie or Paul would go down to the kennels, how would they usually get there?
They would drive. Sometimes Miss Maggie would walk or ride a bike. If they had an ATV or a golf cart in the yard, sometimes they would drive that.
Paul more likely to be one to ride or one to drive down there?
Most of the time he would drive.
Was it usual for the family to go down there sometimes and let the dogs out?
It was.
Let them run around?
That's correct.
Did Miss Maggie like to do that?
She did.
Was it common, to your knowledge, for guns to be left down at the kennels?
Sometimes there was, yeah.
So there's no strangers down there that are going to shoot them. He didn't sound stressed, didn't sound frustrated, didn't sound frightened. His mom didn't feel bad, didn't feel frightened, nothing like that.
I'm going to play that video for you, okay?
Okay.
And this is the video, if you've seen it, with the dog's tail. The video isn't important. It's the audio where he heard Paul on the phone. He said he heard Paul's voice on the phone. Now they want to see if he can hear Paul's voice on this videotape.
Get it. Get that. Quick, Cash.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth.
Hey, Bubba.
It's a guinea.
This is a chicken. Come here, Cash. Come here, Cash. Quick.
That video you watched back in November 2022?
It is.
Where's that video taken?
At the kennels.
You recognize your dog?
I do.
You recognize Paul's voice?
Yes, sir.
You recognize Maggie's voice?
Yes, sir.
You recognize Alex's voice?
Yes, sir.
So he's just put everybody right there at the crime scene, nearly immediately before they are murdered. This seems like it's a really big problem for the defense. But let's continue to watch this because,
100%.
Yes, sir.
Can you point out ALEX MURDAUGH, the person whose voice you recognize in this video in this courtroom, please?
Sitting right there in the gray jacket.
Please let the record reflect he's identified the defendant. Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Nothing further.
now this is a guy who this was his family. He had nicknames for everybody in Paul's family, in Alex's family. Literally had nicknames for the immediate family, cousins, uncles, his grandparents. He said they treated him like their own. He treated him like he was one of their own children. And his best friend has just been deleted, and perhaps his best friend's dad was the one that did the deleting, and now he's fingered him in court. I heard his voice on the tape moments before these killings were supposed to have occurred. And if you'll remember, the whole deal was the first thing out of Alex's mouth when the police pulled him over was, when the police came to the house and he got over to the police was, there's a boating accident 6 years ago, and there's been threats against my son, and he's been beat up, and there's been all this terrible thing, and I think you might want to look into that because it certainly wasn't me who killed him. It was probably one of them. So he set up this big threat thing. There was people out to get revenge from the boating accident. Well, he was asked about that on cross-examination. he was asked about the threats.
You know, he'd get.
Let's see.
Did Paul,
Get back here.
the woman died in that accident, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
Her name was Mallory Beach.
That's correct.
And Paul was eventually charged. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did Paul receive any threats or harassments that you knew about as a result of that boating accident?
None that I thought was real serious. I mean, he mentioned it that, you know, he'd get people comment about it, but nothing that I thought was real serious.
Okay. Again, Paul's best friend has just now said there were no real serious threats against Paul. Some people would make comments to him, but he didn't think they were serious.
Did he would people just mouth off to him when he went out in bars or just with his friends?
Yes, sir. He had mentioned that.
But was it anything that you thought was serious in nature?
No, and a lot of times I wasn't there when that happened. So I didn't think it was that serious.
So he was even there when some of these comments were made. You know, so that's starting to kind of undercut a little bit of the defense's own testimony there as well. So it seems like this guy's squarely in the prosecution's camp, the way his, the way his testimony's going. That's definitely Paul's voice. And the threats against him, I don't think were that serious. There were just some comments. But this guy seems to be like the most Southern guy ever. I mean, this is like almost a caricature of someone from the South. He's just so Southern about his mannerisms, the polite way of speech, and the things he's doing. That he's got nicknames for everybody in the family. They even had nicknames for the cars, for the trucks. Said they had one truck, an old F-150, an F-250 was called Dolly. There was a big white F-250 truck that they called White Boy. And apparently he also had an older F-150 black truck that apparently they just called Paul's black truck. If they got a white truck named White Boy and then we just call that one the black truck, they probably had a nickname for that truck too. Just saying. But then they testified how Alex would always carry a gun with him, and there was always guns around the kennel, like we said there. And he said that they asked him about crying. The defense asked him about crying. He said, yes, we cried. Alex cried with me. We cried together. And then he said some very, very important things, which also may have just shot the prosecutor in the foot, so to speak. Cough, cough, cough. I'm sorry about that. All right. Let's listen to this.
Down there at the sheds.
What are the prosecutors going to say? This is the prosecutor doing a redirect now.
Did they have like outdoor lighting down there?
Yes, sir, they did.
And if all that was on, could you see all that lighting from the house?
Yes, you would be able to see that there were lights on from the house.
If those lights were on, it'd be pretty well lit up. Is that right?
If all of them were, yes.
You were asked about the boat wreck. Were you aware that Paul had been charged in that boat wreck?
I was.
Were you aware that ALEX Murdaugh had been sued in that boat wreck?
I was.
What was your perception of ALEX's wealth? Did you believe he was a fairly wealthy man?
Yes, sir.
How long have you known ALEX Murdaugh?
Pretty much all my life.
As you sit here today, did you really know him?
See, now this here, they're saying, oh yeah, now you've heard about all these. I just dropped some hints about all these alleged financial crimes, and he's on charge. He's on trial here for murder. Clearly, the prosecutor wanted the answer. Well, now I don't rightly think that I know him as well as I thought I did. But that's not the answer he gave.
As you sit here today, did you really know him?
Yes, I know Mr. Ellett.
But as you sit here today, do you really know him?
Yes, I know Mr. Ellett.
That's not the answer they wanted. And earlier, he said, do you think he did it? This was during during the cross-examination. He was asked, do you think that he committed these murders? And he said, no. So it started out really good with this witness. He said, yeah, that is absolutely his voice on the phone. That is absolutely him in the video that was right before the murders happened. And I know him well and all of this stuff. And then right at the end, I don't think he did it. And yes, I knew him very well. So it seems like that didn't go so well for the prosecution after all. They build it up as a big hype, and then they cut their own legs out from underneath them with this, well, now you've heard all this. Do you know him? Yeah. And this is after he said, I don't think he did it. And then the next witness was also a friend. I mean, this was a lifelong friend. The next witness, they'd been friends for quite a while. I think he said about 2015, something like that. I can't remember how long they'd been friends, but a while. And the prosecution wanted to get some financial stuff in. They wanted to get all these financial crimes, and so that they could put this idea in the jurors' heads that there is a motive. They realize at this point they're late in the trial and they don't have a motive for this. And now they're trying to get the financial crimes in as a motive for the killings. But they talked to this guy, Will Loving. Andrew said you were calling him McLovey. Talking to McLovey, he spent a lot of time shooting hogs with thermal scopes. And again, he also said that he recognized Alex's voice 100%. They showed him the video where he was wearing different clothes. Earlier in the day, he was wearing long pants and a shirt, and it was different than the clothes he was wearing when they arrested him. Or, I mean, when they started questioning him, when they showed up there, which to me is consistent with his story. I took a nap and then I got up and went and did things. When I come home from work, or when I go, you take your clothes off, especially if you're going to take a nap, and then you put on more comfortable clothes and go out. So that to me, the fact he's wearing different clothes, that tells me that maybe he was resting. Maybe he was sleeping. You get home from work and you change out of your clothes. If you've been outside all day, you come in, you put on comfortable stuff. So I didn't. That wasn't the big gotcha that I think they were hoping it would be. And he said, this guy testified, McLovey testified that that he and his son that Alex and Paul had his loving relationship, and he thought Alex and his wife had a loving relationship, which again shoots the prosecution's theory that they were having marital troubles, and that was one of the reasons for the murder. It shoots that out of the water. And then on redirect, let's see how we're doing on time here. Redirect got a bit shady. I got a bit shady by the prosecution. I think they did some dirty shit. I think they played some dirty pool. Because earlier when they were talking about trying to get these financial things in, the defense objected and said, we don't want any of this financial crime stuff in. You can't bring in prior bad acts or other issues to show that there may be guilt in this case. And the judge said, well, I'll handle them on a case-by-case objection. When the objection's made, I'll rule. And then he tried to get some, as I said, some shady stuff in here. Let's get to the right point in the video. This is 9:34, right at the end. A dramatic ending to the day with the animated prosecutor. And we'll pick up the speed a little bit here because we're running out of time with the court. Let's see. Playback speed 1.5. We'll not going to double time it, but we'll 1.5 time.
Back over. I'm gonna play that free video. Now, what time do you recall receiving this video? To the best of your recollection.
It was later in the afternoon. I believe it was after I cooked dinner, probably around 7 o'clock.
And it's good that even if we double time it, it sort of sounds normal because they're in the South. Okay, this is the video where he testifies about wearing the clothes. So we'll skip ahead of that.
The relationship that you observed between Alec and Paul and Alec and Maggie, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, this is the relationship.
So your eye, it was a very good relationship. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It was a good relationship in my point of view.
Did you know anything about Alex finances?
No, I did not.
Did you know anything about his
And this is where the shady shit starts to come in, right here. In fact, I want to slow this down a little bit right now so we don't miss this.
law practice?
No, I did not.
Did you know anything about where he gets his money?
No, I did not.
See that he's
Did
setting
you know
it up,
anything about where he was
trying
spending his money?
trying to get him to say something about
No,
his
I did not.
finances so that
Did
they
you
can
know
argue that he
anything about
opened
what
the
his
door
bank
to all
account
these
balances
questions.
were?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you know anything about the debt that he was carrying? Do you know anything about that?
No, sir.
Did you know the specific things that were going on in the boat case the week that Paul and Maggie were murdered?
No, sir.
Do you know anything about civil discovery and how it can expose financial information?
No, sir.
Do you know anything at all about him being confronted on June 7th, 2021 about?
Object.
Did you know anything?
See, now he objected because he knows what the next question is. He's objecting in the middle of the question, and the judge, I think, improperly stopped him from making his objection. Basically saying, I haven't heard the question yet. You can't have an objection until we hear what the question is. But once you ask that question, it's in the mind of the jurors. You know, he wants to go up and talk about this at the judge's bench, but he says, I haven't heard the question. So then the judge lets him ask the question, and you cannot unring a bell. Once that goes in the jurors' ears, it's in their ears.
About?
Object.
Did you know anything about him being confronted on the morning of June 7th, 2021 about $792,000 of missing fees from his law firm?
Objection, Your Honor. Totally improper.
Objection is overruled. Did you know anything about that?
No, I did not.
That I think this is grounds for appeal. If he's convicted, I think this will be a ground for appeal. That objection should not have been overruled, I think. Because again, it's assuming some fact that's not in evidence right now.
You know, any of the facts of those things that I just asked you about?
We don't know there was.
No, sir.
We don't know he was confronted that morning. Nobody said that yet.
Nothing further.
So they got in that shady ass question right at the end. I don't like that. Steve Gosney in the house. Steve, are you busy? Are you busy, Gosman? Are you just lurking while you're at work? Are you available? Just asking. No pressure, no hype. That was some shady stuff there. I think it was highly improper. Oh, gee. Well, I do not approve of that question. All right, we've got one person. We've got one of our guests. We have our layman of the day lurking backstage. We'll bring him up here in just a minute. So, all right. Well, Steve, I don't see you replying to my question in chat, so I'm going to send you an email. If you're free, don't take a vacation morning to come here. But if you are free and not working, please feel free to drop in. All right, we've got let me bring up the court here while they start real quick. All right, we still have no audio, or it's okay.
Good morning.
Now, they're not going to start with the questioning right away. They're going to go back over this motion, and they're going to have these arguments about whether or not they can bring in.
First, I want to address the ruling yesterday overruling the objection by the defense to the state's question of the witness on redirect as to whether he was aware of certain things that had occurred earlier on June 7th involving Mr. Murdaugh, or Murdaugh, Duck. In the questioning, cross-examination of the witness by Mr. Griffin, the witness was asked whether he could think of any reason, the gist of it, if he can think of any reason possible why Mr. Murdaugh would commit the crimes he's accused of committing, that in effect turned the cross-examination of that witness from dealing with the specific issues in the case to having that witness testify as a character witness for Mr. Murdaugh. Among his other areas of inquiry was his being a loving father, great provider, financially secure, things of that nature, all indicating an opinion by that witness as to the good character of the defendant, either through direct statements or circumstantially through the evidence that was adduced from that witness. In the court's view, that opened the door for the state to respond by asking questions, as the state did. Hence, the court overruled the objections. In addition to all of that, the objection was totally inappropriate. As the court laid out and reviewed with the parties early in the trial, that objection should be made and the legal basis stated. An objection of totally inappropriate is, in the words of Judge Joe Anderson, in effect, no objection at all. That's not a legal basis for an objection.
Oh, come on.
That summarizes the basis for the court's ruling on that issue, as to those questions yesterday. And that character type evidence was not only sought by, from Mr. Gibson, but also, was it Loving? But also Mr. Loving. And none of that really implicated Rule 404, 404B. One, it opened the door. Number two, it's 404A type reputation, questioning that the state had a right to respond to per the rules.
Well, I think that's stupid, but this might go on for a long time, so I'm going to bring our layman guest in today.
And
It's
thirdly,
Kaiser
it
Pineapple.
addressed an issue raised by the defense.
All right, let's listen to this here real quick, then we'll talk.
Defense in the case has primarily been the defendant has such a great character that he could not possibly have committed these offenses. That's been a general thread from opening statement throughout. In addition, the defense introduced through that witness, which was also introduced through other testimony in the case by the defendant, that the boating case was a reason for the murders to have occurred. And by the defense inquiring of the witness yesterday as to his knowledge and belief concerning, or his knowledge concerning the boating case, that likewise opened the door for the state to address that issue. And that's the basis for the court's ruling as to opening the door, introducing the boating case, and reputation type evidence that the state had a right to respond. Under Rule 403, yet to be addressed by the court is Rule 404 issues. And those issues will, to some degree, have to be addressed in camera. And I'm wondering if the state has other witnesses to testify as to other things, since we have the jury here ready to go prior to addressing any other.
Whether in camera
Well,
doesn't
we
mean
do
on
have
camera.
first of
It
all, we
means
do
in
have
the
a
judge's chamber.
Snapchat custodian who has flown in that we need to get in so that person can make the flight. Based on how things ended yesterday, I was prepared this morning. We were planning on going forward with some of the witnesses from the law firm, and that's going to, there's certainly stuff beyond 404, but that's also going to put some of the 404 issues squarely into play. So that's kind of where we were planning to go this morning, Your Honor, with the testimony that we have. I can certainly get some more forensic people rolling. I apologize if I sort of misread what we needed to be ready to do, but that's kind of what we focused on last night and are ready to address this morning.
Yeah, well, the court didn't have a lot of time to do jury planning issues, and it might have, the jurors typically come at 9:30. It might have been a better idea had, with greater thought, to have had them come later. And I don't know how long these issues will take to be addressed.
I think with the two law firm witnesses out of the gate, I think once the court has, we could do some very focused in-camera testimony, and I think that for those witnesses, the court can then rule on what's admissible and what's not, and once that's done, then we can get underway with the jury for those witnesses and proceed accordingly. And then, of course, we can certainly have a discussion as far as other witnesses and then perhaps arrange a time to do any other in camera. But I think setting the table with these two witnesses is going to set the table for many of the issues that, whether they're in or out, that the court has to decide.
All right. Well, first, as it relates to Rule 404, and Rule 404B states that evidence of other crimes or wrongs is not admissible to prove the character of a person in order to show action in conformity therewith. In other words, not admissible to.
You can't show prior bad acts to show they did this.
To commit the crime or a crime, but it may be admitted for certain other reasons, including motive, identity, intent, and perhaps the existence of a common scheme or plan. Additionally, well, I'll address it later regarding race geste, but my view of the evidence is that evidence of the other alleged crimes can be introduced in this case to show motive, intent, common scheme or plan. Given the proper analysis as it relates to that evidence being offered. As I indicated earlier, that the court agrees with the view and as expressed by the court in U.S. v. Siegel, 536 Federal 3rd 306, wherein the court addressed the issue of previous crimes involving, previous alleged crimes involving multiple victims, and that the state should be able to pursue its theory of proving that
alleged crimes against financial crimes against multiple people doesn't show propensity or motive or intent to commit multiple murders.
Motive for such tragic and occurrence to have taken place on the dates alleged here. And under the federal rule, it goes on to say that evidence of other crimes or bad acts is necessary if it is an essential part of the crimes on trial or where it furnishes part of the context of the crime. This state has not adopted that portion of Rule 404B, but the courts have addressed that issue in some of the cases, particularly one that stands out to me as one of my cases, State v. Frankie Lee McGee from Richland County, in which the res gestae was used as a basis for the courts properly allowing certain evidence, including evidence of commission of an earlier crime, the test being whether it logically relates to the crime with which the defendant is charged. Court states in that opinion in the res gestae that one of the accepted bases for the admissibility of the evidence of other crimes arises when such evidence furnishes part of the context of the crime or is necessary to a full presentation of the case, or is so intimately connected with.
It's not, though. And why are you buffering? Stop it.
And explanatory of the crime charged against the defendant, and is so much a part of the setting of the case and its environment that its proof is appropriate in order to complete the story of the crime on trial by proving its immediate context or the res gestae or the uncharged offense is so linked together in point of time and circumstances with the crime charged that one cannot be fully shown without proving the other, and thus is part of the res gestae of the crime charged. And where evidence is admissible to prove this full presentation of the offense, there is no reason to fragmentize the events under inquiry by suppressing parts of the res gestae. And interestingly, involved in that case, the court
Judge, say something substantive here, please.
held that did not require a 403 analysis.
Ohio Pigeon, this legal language is, to me, it's not really legal language. It's
Because
it sounds
the
like he's trying to
evidence was
justify
properly
his
admitted
ruling.
as
He's
part
struggling
of the res
hard, I
gestae,
think, because I don't think
the issue of
anything he
whether or
said
not
has
a
happened.
404B analysis was done was not necessary. And at this point, the court hasn't addressed any particular issue under 404B, but I find that it is admissible.
No way, man.
Provided that the proper scrutiny is done in relation to clear and convincing evidence and a logical relationship to the offense for which we're having this trial.
Steve, if you're still listening in chat, what do you think? Admissible or not?
And additionally, as relates to intent, evidence tending to prove a defendant's state of mind or intent at or near the time of the crime is relevant to establish possible guilt. So there are many areas.
State of mind to establish guilt. Oh my gosh, my law firm is coming after me for $800,000. Oh my gosh, now I'm in the state of mind I'm going to kill my family that I love so much.
Other bad acts in a manner that does not address or seek to have the jury conclude that it's propensity evidence, and the court will address all of that as we proceed.
Yeah, the judge he's just let it in.
Yes, sir, Mr. Griffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to get some arguments on the record for purposes. As to your Honor's conclusion that we opened the door by presenting evidence of good character, I would respectfully disagree. And the evidence that we presented was specifically limited to the relationship between the defendant and the victim for which he's accused of murdering. In our view, that is not character witness. That's a factual issue relating to the relationship between the parties. And so I just want to put that on the record. Your Honor puts great emphasis and reliance on U.S. v. Siegel, and that's a federal case. And I just want to point out that
I gave the site, federal site. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Federal second. Yeah.
The federal site is 536 F3rd 306.
F3rd, yes.
Yes, sir. And and it's important to distinguish the federal crimes for which the defendant in Siegel was charged with. First, the defendant, she was charged with murdering the victim to prevent him from reporting fraud, and that's a specific federal statute, 18 U.S.C. 1512 A1C. She's also charged with impending an official investigation by transporting the deceased body across state lines. But further, the indictment alleged a broader scheme and artifice to defraud. And in the indictment, it listed many of the prior crimes that the defendant committed in the federal indictment. And so, and under federal rule 404B, you can prove those up. And then there were others that the court considered they were related to the whole scheme and artifice to defraud. The indictment in this case, Your Honor, is simply on June 7th, 2021, the defendant with malice aforethought murdered Ms. Maggie Murdaugh, murdered Mr. Paul Murdaugh, and used violent weapons in commission of those two crimes. There's no scheme and artifice to defraud here.
You're currently addressing it as if the court ruled based on 404. And the court clearly stated that we have not reached any determination on 404, that the basis of the court's ruling was 403. The voting case, as you introduced through the witness, and opening the door by giving testimony, soliciting testimony of generally good character of the defendant, such that neither of the two witnesses could possibly imagine the scenario under which what would cause this crime to have occurred, and the state is entitled to confront that evidence in the manner in which the court ruled. But you're arguing 404. I cited that for an additional basis to say the court will need to look at all of that as we proceed with evidence of prior bad acts, but the basis of the court's ruling was not 404, but 403, opening the door and responding to the evidence that you adduced.
Please don't do that. Please don't buffer for no reason. You weren't buffering earlier. Let's go back to potato cam. Really?
As we proceed with evidence of prior bad acts, but the basis of the court's ruling was not 404, but 403, opening the door and responding to the evidence that you adduced.
Yes, hearing outside the presence of the jury on their proposed 404B evidence?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then I can save all the arguments from them. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And again, with regard to planning purposes for the jury, you said a witness, whatever can be done without getting into the 404 or the court's need for an in-camera hearing where we need to dismiss the jury for whatever period of time that might be, we can press on with what you have otherwise at this time, and whatever that is what we'll hear.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Like I say, we have one short custodian, and then I think our next witness who's here would be somebody where we would need to address some of the 404. That would be Jeannie Seconder from the law firm. Give me one moment. I can to confer with my staff, and we can see if we can get some other people rolling so that we can kind of stagger that and continue to have presentations for the jury during the course of the day.
All right. While they're doing that, let's clear up these super chats and let's introduce our guest for the day. But also, there's 364 of you that are here right now. I'm so thankful to all of you that are sticking around here with me. You could be anywhere on the internet right now. There's plenty of people covering this, plenty of big name people covering this, more popular people. But I'm glad you're here, and I deeply, deeply appreciate it. I don't take for granted that you are you're spending your awesome, amazing, wonderful court experience time here with me on my channel. Glad to have you here, everybody. Megan Hunter says, I couldn't decide which stream to watch this morning, so I picked two. You're on big screen TV and EDB on my iPad. Wow. Choosing between me and Emily? Gee, that's humbling. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate you being here. And Squizgar 2322 says, Jeff, Nicker here joining you for this news fest of a trial. Think the defense is going to be able to explain away the Snapchat vid. The Snapchat vid doesn't really mean anything to me. Like I said, if I have clothes that I wear during the day and then I go outside or I come in home, I rest. I take off that's the first thing I do when I get home. I take off the clothes I was wearing outside and put on more comfortable things. Plus, he was supposed to have been napping during that time. So you're not going to nap in your long pants and your long shirt in the evening. I think it's perfectly reasonable. It doesn't mean anything really much to me. Michelle, thank you, Michelle. Yesterday's lay guest. Happy Thirsty Thursday. Saving my thirstiness for tomorrow's F at Friday Drunken Booze Fest. Flux, it was literally like saying, hey, man, I'll send you a video. Takes video. Blam, his literal brains is in his literal lap. Mocha Dick Poon. All right. Thank you for adding to the erudition of our chat today. You make me laugh. I don't even know what to say. Psycho TikTok says, didn't Alex say they were joking about the chicken? So did he lie about being there? Maybe I'm misremembering. I don't remember them joking about any chicken. I assume we're talking about the dead chicken. I don't know. Kaiser, did you remember anything about a joke about the dog and the chicken?
I don't remember a joke about it. I remember that we did actually get the grand conclusion to the epic chicken murder saga.
Yeah, this whole chicken thing, if I recall from what I sped listened to today, it was essentially to corroborate the video. This whole thing was to say, aha, look, the chicken was there in the dog's mouth at the time of the murder. Exactly why that's important, I'm not sure, but that's what they wanted to prove. So we've got one more here from Nicholas Starov, union rep, labor law. In my opinion, judge is giving prosecution the road to walk. So far, I mean, I thought the judge's reasoning was very, very, very tightrope here, because he didn't make a 404B ruling, which he's going to talk about after this next witness, apparently, what 404B is and all of its other stuff. But he's saying for other reasons it's coming in. All right, go away. There we go. All right, we'll see how long it takes him to come back. Let me mute them there, and we'll keep them on the other monitor here. Well, while we're here and while we have the time, Kaiser Pineapple, introduce yourself.
Hey guys, I'm Kaiser. For those of you who haven't seen me around before, I've been hanging out in the chat pretty much since Jeff here got his start, and actually was kind of the inspiration for me to finally just kick the tires off and just say, yeah, what the hell, let's go.
And you've got your own channel, the Kaiser Pineapple channel. What do you do on your channel?
So I basically paint miniatures for like tabletop gaming, or I also build models. So got some really cool stuff coming down the pipe for that. There's a whole stack above my, if I can remember, shoulder there. of models that are in my backlog. And if I decide to switch my camera later, I've got a shelf right there that's covered usually in my, my other camera angle is right over here where my modeling desk is. And that's where you can see some of the stuff I've actually worked on in the past.
So what's your interest in this case? I mean, why, other than my winning personality, why are you watching this case? What are you looking for in this case?
Oh, well, I'm always here for your personality, Jeff, you know.
What about the case here
anyway,
has you interested?
So, I mean, what really fascinates me is that, I mean, I really just, of course, everybody, we kind of came into this and, you know, they were promising like a whole lot of evidence. Like, okay, we can pretty much nail this guy to the wall right now. And I'm like, okay, well, do it. And so over the last several days, it's like my opinion shifted.
What was your initial opinion?
So my initial opinion was, all right, if they got the evidence, then let's see it and let's, make our decision. I mean, obviously I want to see the evidence first, but kind of from where things kind of got started on, opening arguments, especially from the prosecution there. I mean, they came out swinging and I was like, okay, sounds like they've got this guy pretty well dead to rights. If that's the case, then okay, let's see how that plays. But then again, yeah, as things have kind of gone on, it's like something just doesn't seem right now. I mean, we've got the possibility of two shooters. We've got, that he had enemies. We've got some other things that have just come up in between. And it's just, there's a definite case here for reasonable doubt.
Well, I like to have lay people on, non-lawyers on the program to get a different perspective on it, because how I'm looking at this, and apparently how a lot of other people are looking at it, are completely different animals. I'm just looking over here. Hang on real quick at Law and Crime doesn't have their poll up yet, but yesterday they had the poll up and it was overwhelming that that he would be found guilty. And reading through the chat on non-crime is like everybody's praising the lawyer. I mean, the prosecution's crushing it. They're crushing it. And even Nick's chat, they seem to think he's guilty. I'm seeing this like there's no way they haven't even come close to discharging their burden of proof to me in this. So I like to get the views to let them know how normal humans look at this. If you were on the jury, based on this, do you think the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed this double murder?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
So there's enough, again, goes back to reasonable doubt. There is enough holes in kind of like what's been going on, the things that have been said, the lack, I guess you could say, thereof of like definitive evidence. I mean, everything that we've had is circumstantial at best. And I mean, again, we've got a possible, maybe some guy heard him on a video, maybe like before that. But it's just one of those where, that the amount of evidence promised is not the amount of evidence that they're delivering, at least so far. And especially when they started bringing out the firearms and they just brought out one after the other, I'm like, that seemed like a shuffle with the murders. Right. It seemed like they're playing a shell game. They're like, okay, well, we got all these guns. Okay, well, why don't you have the ones that actually were involved in the case? Well, one's missing, I know, but.
Well, Mr. Botsu, this is kind of how I feel. I don't, my inclination, I'm inclined to believe. My gut feeling is he probably did it, but I don't see any reason why he should be found guilty. That's me too. Even if he did it, the state still has to prove he did it. It doesn't matter what I feel. It's what they can prove.
My gut feeling is that there's probably some sort of murder for hire here that was at play, and I think it might be just a matter of he got fingered for it. Pardon my vernacular,
but. And the real spoon says the state doesn't believe they have enough either, or that crap at the end of the day yesterday wouldn't have happened. They desperately wanted to get that testimony in. Absolutely. And that was, they kind of were shady about how they did it. I thought it was bad. I thought it was unethical. I didn't like it. This is an interesting case because, like I said, they have to be coming to the end-ish of their case because this is supposed to wrap up next week. And now they're still talking about how now we have to sit through some TikTok IT guy and then possibly some other people. Why did Andrew get the good stuff in the afternoon yesterday? Why did he get the two good witnesses they've had in this, the two interesting and exciting witnesses they've had in this case? Now it's back to Twitter. I mean, back to what was it, Snapchat IT guy. That's just the luck of the draw. Michelle Cavarno says they can't prove shit. Way too many holes. Still think he did it. Just don't think they can prove it. And there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that in chat. And I think it's just because I have a smart chat.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got to look at it and say, is there, I mean, even if evidence points to him having done it, you still have to ask yourself, is there another reasonable explanation based on the evidence? And what we've had is the prosecution's own witness saying that it's a reasonable explanation that there were two shooters. The criminologist used those exact words. There's a reasonable explanation that it's a reasonable explanation that there were two shooters. I think that destroys their case.
Yeah.
From that point forward, that's kind of when I called it. Unless something huge happens to flip that over, I think the defense are going to just pound on that and harp on that during the closing arguments. That the state's own witness said it is a reasonable explanation that someone else, the two people did this shooting. And then we had the guy yesterday that was saying those two cell phones were not in the same place traveling at the same time, which totally shoots down the theory for the prosecution that he took her phone, drove somewhere with it, and chucked it out the window, Frisbee style, and changed the portrait to landscape view. They weren't in the same place at the same time. Their own witness said that. Then you've got another witness, one of their witnesses, that says, they had a great relationship with his wife. He had a great relationship with his son. I knew him really well, and I don't think he did it. And the next witness comes and says, they had a great relationship. He was there, but I don't think he did it. That's four witnesses from the prosecution that say there was a great relationship. They don't think he did it. The two phones couldn't have been in the same place at the same time. And it's a reasonable explanation that there were two shooters involved.
I think the biggest question is just a lot of folks are trying to figure out is just, was he involved? Was he the guy that, whether he was directly involved in the actual crime, or if he contracted it out, or if it was just if he was just tangentially involved. I think that's the big question everybody has. And the prosecution has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that could be the case. As you said, the criminologist really kind of knocked everything off there. And then, of course, there was all the things that they probably should have tested for. They didn't test for. So, I mean, it just seems like there's a lot of opportunities for evidence that got botched.
Well, that was the other thing that the criminologist testified to, that the cops were walking all over the crime scene with unprotected boots. And is that proper police work? No, they shouldn't have done that. And then the question, how much evidence did they destroy walking through it? And she said, I don't know. I don't know how much evidence the other police destroyed. And we've got the real spoon says the state doesn't. Okay, we already read that one. It's not important, says again, it's the he was a good boy defense. Well, the state is trying to use the he was a bad boy argument for why he did it. He did it or he didn't do it. And they want to say, oh, look, he was involved in all these other things, so that means he probably killed them. Oh, he had a bad relationship with his wife, so he probably killed him. Oh, she wanted a divorce, so that's probably reasons to kill him. Oh, he was in debt, so that's probably a reason to kill his family. He's a bad guy. And they were the ones that opened up this whole, good guy, bad guy situation when during all of the earlier questioning with the police officers and detectives and everybody else involved was, did he cry? Did he cry? Did you ever see tears on his face? Did he? And they was like, no, he didn't cry. He didn't cry. But now you're saying, oh, he was a good guy defense, when the defense asks the questions, did you see him cry? And the answer is yes. So, you can't just say, oh, it's the bad boy, he's a good boy defense, when the state is the one that started this whole thing with he's a bad guy defense, the bad guy argument.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember there was a part where they started, one part they really kind of lost me on, where, as far as the prosecution goes, and I kind of started to go, something just doesn't smell right here, was when they talked about the ATVs. And apparently there's this 10-minute window of time that all this supposedly went down, where it takes about 2 minutes to drive down to the kennels via ATV. So he drives down there, finds the bodies, I am assuming, and then runs back to the house, gets a shotgun, comes back, calls 911, and then supposedly drives down the road a half a mile, frisbees out the wife's phone and drives back. Okay, hang on a second, because they also said it was raining that night. Okay, you're not running an ATV. I don't care how good of tires it's got, full tilt through the mud, in the rain, in the dark.
All right, thank you. Good morning.
And doing all that in 10 minutes?
Welcome back. Day number 9. State's
Jury's
case,
back.
you may call your next witness.
Thank you. State call Heidi Galore.
Heidi Galore? Sounds like a James Bond villain. Pussy Galore.
Oh, my.
You're from the testimony about the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God. Please take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name, please.
My name is Heidi Galore. Last name is spelled Galore.
Of course it is. She is a James. She's Pussy Galore's other sister. She's just Heidi
I
Galore.
work for Snap Incorporated.
Wait for it.
What are your duties there?
I'm an law enforcement operations lead. So I
She's the one that rats
assist
your
with
Snapchat out.
and help manage a team of folks who respond to law enforcement legal process. Our team responds to legal process submitted to our company, subpoenas, search warrants, that kind of thing.
All right. So you're in charge of responding to search warrants or subpoenas from law enforcement or other legal entities?
Correct.
All right. And briefly, please, what is Snapchat?
Snapchat, it's an application that was created by Snap Incorporated to help people express themselves. People can connect to their friends, people they know, and I guess you could consider it a social networking type of application.
Is social media another word that could be used for Snapchat?
Yes.
Does it give the ability for individuals to send each other messages?
Yes.
Does it give the ability for individuals to send each other pictures or videos?
Yes.
And in the normal course of this business, does Snapchat keep records if the user so chooses?
Yes.
What kind of records does Snapchat keep?
Basic subscriber information, content that was sent to and from folks, IP logs, geolocation.
Ordinarily, we do a smash or
depending on the settings
pass
of the user.
thing, but I don't think we need to.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 305 and 304. I'm going to ask if you recognize these two items.
All right, Snapchat evidence
I do.
coming in.
Yes.
And what are you holding?
The paper here
Hold us in this.
is the basic subscriber information for the user that was produced in the search warrant.
And what's that CD?
The CD contains the full production of files that was sent to your agency, requested from the search warrant.
All right. And that was a search warrant from SLED
Yes,
that Snapchat responded to?
correct.
Okay. And you said there was subscriber information on that piece of paper, correct?
Yes,
And is that also located on the CD and the digital records?
yes, yes.
And Your Honor, at this time, state we move these in judgments.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted without objection.
I'm gonna hand you back states 304. And you indicated that was subscriber information, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you read for the jury the subscriber information for the information on the account that you provided in response to the search warrant?
Sure. The username is listed here. The username is listed here as Paul9499. Common spelling for Paul. The email address listed here is paulmurdaugh7845@gmail.com. This was created, the account was created on Saturday, May 18th, 2013. And there's a creation IP, but it's not listed here. Sometimes it's captured at the time of creation of the account. This case
Okay, so he's had a Snapchat for like
phone number
9 years.
listed here is 803-842-7845. Display name is listed as Paul Murdaugh, and the status is active.
Okay. And
Not
when
anymore.
somebody uses a telephone number, for example, to create a Snapchat account, does Snapchat verify that number?
If the user wants to verify the phone number, yes, they can, but it's not required.
Okay. And what about the email? Is that required?
Not required either, no.
All right. I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 306. This is already in evidence. And I believe this is a CD. Do you recognize that CD?
We got good
Yes,
food.
I do.
And have you reviewed
Oh,
the contents of that CD?
depending how
Yes,
you
I
look
have.
at it.
And what is on the contents of that CD?
It's a video of a subject near a tree, and it's a short video with some audio.
Okay. And did that video, was that part of the full search warrant return that we just talked about?
Yes.
All right. And did you take a look at that video and the records contained in the other CD to determine when that video was first uploaded and first sent?
Yes.
Okay. Well, first of all, let's talk about the upload. Was it uploaded to something called Memories?
Yes.
And can you describe to the jury what is Memories?
Can
What
you
does that
describe
function
your
do for
memories to the
Snapchat?
jury?
Memories is kind of like a bucket where you can save your data. You can either create a video or some sort of photo on the app itself and save it to your memories so that it's always there when you need it, or you can upload from your camera, your phone, into Memories to then send to folks later, or just have it in there.
So is that a form of saving, like saving something in the cloud?
Correct, yes, it'll be on the server.
Now, James from court was saying that
Reviewing these
the
records to
majority of the
determine when
jurors
this
are
account
older.
uploaded that particular video
So
to Memories?
whether they have any knowledge
this
of Snapchat
video
or
was
not is
first
up in the air.
seen on Memories on June 7th, 2021 at 7:39 hours
Okay.
Eastern.
And did Snapchat also keep a record when an individual sends out a communication?
Yes.
And did you determine reviewing the records whether, excuse me, that account sent out that particular video?
Yes, it was sent on the same day, June 7th, 2021 at 7:56 hours Eastern time.
All right. Thank you. And I'm going to show you, if you look at your monitor in front of you, and I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 306 and see if you recognize it. And did you recognize that video?
That didn't show up on the,
Oh, I'm sorry. Can we get it on the screen?
That's the
Apologies.
soggy tree TikTok,
Okay.
Snapchat, the video that was released yesterday.
What's going on? Try it again. Sorry about that. Can you see the what's on your screen right now?
yes.
All right. And I'm gonna play that one more time. Okay. And do you recognize that video, man?
Yes, I do.
All right. And is that video, the video we just discussed that was part of the Snapchat search warrant return
Yes.
that you just testified was uploaded at 7:39 p.m. and sent at 7:56 p.m.?
Yes.
No further questions.
Okay. That was short and sweet, thankfully.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can we pull up the Snapchat video, just have it frozen on a screenshot?
No, they were laughing because he was holding up a tree and then he let go of the tree and it just kind of wilted down. So yeah, that was. We'll look at the video later during a break.
It's plugged into this computer. All right, that's good. So this is what, or part of what Snapchat gave to the state on July 6th, is that, of 2021. Is that correct?
Correct.
So the state had this on July 6, 2021, in the state's possession,
I believe so, yes.
this information. And you testified that this was uploaded at 7:39 p.m. on the 7th of June, correct?
Correct.
Is that exactly when this video was shot?
I can't tell that information from the production.
Are you certain that's not something that could be told from the perhaps the metadata for the video file?
There was no metadata produced for this production. It wasn't requested, so it wasn't produced.
So if
Wow.
someone were to right-click on this video file and
Wow.
you know, where it has various metadata
The
that pops up
state
on
didn't
screen,
request
we see immediate created
metadata.
I don't know.
Well,
I wouldn't know.
let's see if
That's
we would.
surprising.
Court's indulgence for a moment.
Huh.
Can you see on the screen the metadata for this file?
Yes.
So good they have
And
it.
does it say June the 7th, 2021 at 7:38 p.m.?
Yes.
And so this was shot basically a minute before it was uploaded. Is that correct?
It appears so, yeah.
And I'm sorry if that seems picky, but in this case, you know, every minute and every second, you know, can matter. Does Snapchat keep a list of, and I might be getting the terminology wrong, friends or contacts that Paul would have had on Snapchat?
Yes.
Was that list produced?
No.
And why was that list not produced?
It wasn't requested in this case.
You mentioned earlier geolocation data. Was that produced?
No, not in this case.
And why was that not produced?
I don't believe it was requested.
Wow.
Is it possible for, I don't know how it works, for some or all of Paul's friends to have access to his location through the app?
Yes, if his settings were, if he made his settings visible, his geolocation visible to his friends, yes.
And would that information about whether that was, that setting was in place to allow that, is that something that Snapchat would have had available to produce?
I'm not sure I'm not sure about that. If you can see that it's actually turned on or off.
And was that requested?
No.
So the state didn't request the metadata. They didn't ask for the friends list. They didn't ask for geolocation
Front
data.
State.
No, that's what's here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May step down.
Okay, so that was just about 1 hour. This video was recorded just about 1 hour before the murder occurred. Now we've got some evidentiary problems. We have to figure out, what are we going to do? Are we going to deal with these?
Yes, sir.
The state's next witness would be
evidence.
Jeannie Seconder.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there are matters that must be addressed outside of your presence. I do not know exactly how long it would take.
Probably
but
6
I
years.
do not like to have jurors sit in jury rooms just for long periods of time. So we're going to excuse you after you speak for the bailiff. We're going to take a recess with the jury while we deal with these matters. Let's see now, you all have lunch coming at what time? Nobody knows. 1 o'clock, 1:15. All right. Well, we won't need you before lunch.
Oh my God.
So, if you'll go to the jury room and wait for further instructions, but we'll be having you all take a break until around that time.
Oh my God. Kill me, please, right now.
Oh, wow.
All right. What's going to happen is there's going to be no more witnesses on my watch today. It's all going to be some legal arguments regarding what evidence to let in. Are they going to allow them to bring in witnesses that are going to testify about the prior bad acts or the alleged prior bad acts, the financial crimes, maybe the boating accident, things like that? They're going to have some legal arguments for our excitement and entertainment.
Emphasis on entertainment.
Wow. All right. Well, I wasn't expecting this.
Well, good thing I got the rest of the day off.
I just might take the rest of the day off and go to sleep. No. All right. Once they get everything settled down here and worked out, they'll get back to the arguments. They're waiting for the jury to get taken care of. Then they got to get their arguments all lined up. No, Ozzy, don't do that. Don't leave me hanging here. Get your ass on here right now.
You've got the link. We need you.
Get here. Get here, Hayden. We need a new accent. But yeah, so everybody that's watching here, all 318 of you, I'm glad you're watching here. This is going to be pure legal arguments until the lunch break. What happened so far? Snapchat lady said things were uploaded. The video was
Jeannie
uploaded.
Sechinger.
So essentially, they're calling her as a witness, and she's going to tell the judge what she's going to testify to in front of the jury, and he's going to decide whether or not it's admissible.
Okay, appreciate you telling me that because I got really confused for a minute.
State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
All right.
My name is Jeannie Seckinger, Seckinger.
Sechinger, how you doing today?
I'm good.
Good.
All
Let me
right.
fix the Elmo real quick. You understand we're here right now outside the presence of the jury for an in-camera hearing to determine the admissibility.
And in camera means in the judge's chambers or just with the judge without the jury present.
Just very quickly, if you would, give us a little bit. I'm not going to go through all the background that I wouldn't in front of the jury unless Your Honor would like, but give us a little bit about your background and where you currently work, how that led to where you currently work.
Okay, I graduated with a BS in accounting from USC, went to work in an accounting firm for a few years, then switched to industrial at Westinghouse. And in 1999, I came to work at PMPED, which is Peters Murdaugh Parker, as a temporary bookkeeper, and that has grown over the years to the office manager, CFO, accountant, anything business and insurance and HR related.
Okay, and that's for whom?
For Peters Murdaugh Parker, Elstrop, and Dietrich.
So that's PMPED?
Correct.
And that's the law
This
firm
is
that Alex
actually where
Murdaugh
we're going to get
used
some
work for.
saucy
Correct.
details.
Does that have a different name now?
We are now a new entity that's called Parker Law Group LLP.
All right, so just very quickly, you've already kind of said this, but go through sort of the financial side of your job duties as it existed for PMPED back in the relevant time periods.
Okay, so my financial duties are, actually, I have people under me that do the day-to-day processing of checks, but my duties are to balance and
chat if you want to be
reconcile
under her, or two
accounts,
if you'll pass.
provide financial statements, help with all tax documents, preparation of taxes. Also prepared anything for any government census or surveys that we needed and anything HR related.
Liquor sales
wanna
is
ask you a
interesting, but
little
none of the
bit
financial
about
stuff has anything to do with murder.
the
That's what we're going to
financial
decide.
structure of
Can
how
it
PMPED
is
works,
it going to be
could.
evidence
And
of
if you could
motive,
explain that a
or is it
little
going to be
bit,
evidence of a his character?
People
This is what
think
we're arguing
lawyers
about.
as
We're arguing
partners,
about
but
whether
are
it
they
has
called
anything to do with
partners
the
under
murder or
employment
not.
agreement that everyone signed?
No, we're called partners when we refer to each other as they're in the business, but for tax purposes, everybody was an owner. It was a C corporation, so everybody's shareholders. And within Peters Murdough Parker, every employee was a salaried employee, including the partners.
Okay. And did the employment agreement that everyone signed require that any fees or money generated by any partner or lawyer by the firm had to go to the firm?
Lawman, Aussie overlord.
And explain to me how, if you're let's just call him quote partner,
Accountant
if you're a
info.
partner, how does the compensation work? What are the elements of compensation as it worked under the PMPED structure back in 2021 prior?
So every partner received a base salary that they would receive in biweekly payments throughout the year. That was set at a level of about $125,000. The majority of their pay came through an end of the year bonus, which is when we closed out the books and settled on the books. And primarily after overhead and over expenses were met, the net profit was divided amongst those partners. And in a simplified form, it was basically distributed based on a ratio of the fees that they brought in percentage to the total.
Right. But that distribution would not take place.
Usually the last week of December.
Yes, sir.
Waters, there's a strike. Can you repeat the previous question for me?
Yes, sir. Going back to a second, Joe, we were talking a little bit about the compensation structure for PMPED as it existed in 2021. And if you could, again, explain to the court how that worked. How are partners, and we're going to call them loosely that term, how are they compensated?
Okay, partners are employed salaries who are paid a biweekly paycheck throughout the year with a base salary of $125,000. And at the end of the year, they received a bonus check, usually in the last week of the year, that divided up the remaining profits of the firm based upon the percentage of revenue each attorney brought into the total.
All right. So when fees came in, they're going to be attributed to a particular lawyer, and ultimately that's going to be a percentage of the total revenues, and that's going to determine their percentage of the compensation at the end of the year after all overhead is paid.
Correct.
Is there also some sort of 7.5% fund or fee or something like, or not, or amount that's put aside?
There is. You would take the gross bonuses that are the gross fees everybody brought in, less than overhead. And once we get to that number, everybody would throw in a pot 7.5%, and that money was divided back equally among the employees. And then a new percentage was arrived at to determine how much everybody would receive of the net income.
All right. So you have to take care of overhead, right?
Yes.
And what is an overhead just generally?
Overhead is just basically the expenses to run the business, what it costs us to advance client costs, what it costs to pay our employees, what it costs to rent the building, to provide equipment, office supplies, postage, et cetera.
And that's got to be accounted for, and then you got to account for the 7.5% that as well, correct?
That's right.
All right. And then only after that does each partner get compensation based on their relative contribution during that year.
Correct.
Is typically the vast majority of compensation received by a partner at PMPED received in that distribution at the end of the year?
Yes.
And when does that take place?
The last week of the year, generally speaking.
Okay. And what is the point of that goal? Why do you want to sort of clear out all the money and clear the books?
Basically, that we don't want to leave the money in there to be taxed by the corporation because it's a C Corp entity. So that the objective is to get it out to the partners and avoid double taxation.
And so because of that, is it up to each individual partner to essentially manage the bulk of their compensation that's received in one lump sum during the course of the next year?
Yes, they need to budget.
All right, let me show you what's been marked for purposes of this hearing as States 310 and see if you recognize that document.
And while she's looking at that.
Yes, this is the employment agreement each shareholder/partner would have signed.
Okay. Excuse me. And I just want to direct your attention to number 2, and if you could tell the court what that provision that's signed by all the partners says.
It says the employee accepts such employment and agrees that the employee will devote the employee's entire time and endeavor to the employer's business.
And then, number 3, if you could read that to the court, please.
Services for the benefit of the employer. All professional services rendered by the employer shall be rendered as an employee of the employer, and all proceeds and remuneration received therefore shall inure to the employer's benefit.
Okay. Now tell me what that means.
That means that all fees earned should come through payable to PMPD.
All right. And so if a lawyer earns fees, is it appropriate at all for those fees to go directly to the lawyer as opposed to going through the law firm?
No.
This is what they're arguing
Is that a hard
now,
rule
whether
to
to let it
understand?
in or not.
No.
Anybody ever have a problem with that rule or not understand it?
No.
This is literally
Pretty-
what we're
pretty
arguing
easy
about
and
right
hard and
now.
fast rule in that firm.
That's
correct?
right.
If you get the money written straight to you, what is that?
The money's taken straight to you?
Yeah.
That would be stealing it.
Stealing.
No, these are very standard, very, very standard contract terms.
Please, could y'all turn the screen for me?
Got to get through Flux's chat here. Snapchat was made so people could send nudes without getting caught. That's why there was a ghost, was supposed to be called Peekaboo. And that's why they had the deleting
Is that better?
chat feature.
Can you see that in a second?
Yes,
All right, so 2 and 3 are
Nicholas says he's going to get some more booze. He'll be back in an hour.
that's correct.
I keep my booze right next to me. I'm prepared.
Tell me just a little bit of your observation. How long have you known ALEX MURDAUGH? Let me ask you that.
I've known Alex since I was in high school, so roughly 40 years.
Oh,
How
wow.
long have you worked with him, or did you work with him?
About
Okay.
23, 24 years since 1999.
And did he have a lucrative practice in your observation?
Yes, he did well.
Was he sometimes getting as much as 7 figures in the end of the year?
He has.
7 figures. Nice.
Are you familiar with what's been called the boat case?
Yes.
And tell me what your understanding of the boat case is, just generally. What was that?
Generally speaking, it was an accident that several children got in one evening where it was in Paul's, or the Murdaugh's boat. Paul was accused as the driver, and there were a lot of civil suits and some criminal proceedings going on related to that crime.
And following the boat case,
Execution,
is
yes.
it your
pretty much, at
understanding
least the part
that
that's let
Paul
in.
Murdaugh was charged?
Yes,
Is it your understanding that ALEX
I
Murdaugh
can
was
answer
civilly
questions,
sued?
too.
yes,
And there was ongoing civil litigation at the time Paul and Maggie were murdered.
that's correct.
After the boat case happened, did you and ALEC ever have any discussions about structuring fees?
We did in late May of 2021. Right about the end of the month, we had some discussions about Hirschberger. A disbursement came through that he had tried to send his fees to a structured settlement.
Lawyers aren't going
And
to. This
the
was,
conversation
his lawyers
was
came
that
after him that day for about $800,000.
He had done it
The lawyers aren't
improperly.
going to come after him with
Because
guns,
to
killing
structure
wife and
fees
family.
properly, it has to be part of the release. It has to go straight from the insurance company, straight to the insurance structured annuity place. And we would need to be told about it in our firm so we could account for it in our 7.5%. But in this particular case, ALEC had sent the money directly to Forge. We discussed the fact that it would not be any tax benefit to him. And at that point in time, he said he was not really worried about the tax benefit of it. And he said he was trying to put some money in Maggie's name due to the boat wreck, and that he was trying to figure out if he was going to structure fees for the future.
Okay. Did he say he was trying to do a favor for anyone?
you
too?
He
can't
did
hear
say
me. Okay.
he was friends with Michael Gunn, and that, who is the owner of, or one of the operators of Forge, and that he was going to put up to about $250,000 into a structure as a favor for Michael Gunn.
Right. When you say Forge, what are you talking about?
So Forge is a company that does structured annuities.
You know the full name real quick?
Forge Consulting.
All right, let's call it Forge Consulting.
Okay, Forge
Try to do that.
Consulting.
All right, tell
Yeah.
me about Forge Consulting. and what they are.
They're a company that will do structured annuities for clients. They'll do structured fees for attorneys.
All
They
right.
do some
I
wealth
upped my volume.
management. They do minor pool trust. They have several different things that they do. I think they've branched out into insurance coverage now. They provide a lot of financial tools.
So it seems like StreamYard just randomly lowered my volume.
Say that you had a conversation with him about him supposedly structuring fees. How did this come to your attention?
It came to my attention over the fact that a disbursement, one of my secretaries or my assistant brought to me that had been brought to her attention by ALEX secretary or paralegal Annette Griswold, and came and asked me if this was proper, and then came to me after the fact, and that's when I went and had conversations with ALEC about this.
And so had the money already been paid?
Yes,
And you went to Alec and you asked, what's this about?
yes.
And he said, I'm doing what?
I'm trying to defer and put money into Maggie's name, structure some fees.
Did he tell you where that money had gone? What was your belief where that money had gone after you talked to Alec?
My belief was it had gone to Forge Consulting.
The real entity, Forge
Yes.
Consulting.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you just real quick what's been marked for purposes of this hearing.
He's
States
the first one to
311.
get every
See if
time.
you recognize that series. I think there's 4 documents in there.
Yes, these are the Hirschberger settlement documents, which is the case that we're talking about, the fee that he sent as a structure.
Okay. And are there 1 or
I'm
2
gonna
in there?
pull
ultimately?
the court volume
There
down a
are
little bit here.
ultimately 2. There's one that's structured to look like fee.
You might be maybe
and then the other
10%
one
low
was
as well
structured to
still.
look like it was clients'
So let's
money
see if pulling
that
the
was
court
being
volume down a
sent
little bit
on the
helps.
client's behalf.
Which one were you aware of at the time?
I was aware of the fee one for the $83,333.33.
All right. At the time, did you think that any money had been misappropriated or stolen, or did you just think Alec was trying to sort of divert some money because of the boat case, but not necessarily anything misappropriated?
Right, we were not thinking about him misappropriating funds or stealing any client funds. What we were concerned about was he was trying to either defer income by leaving it in somebody's trust, or either trying to put some money into Maggie's name to avoid things for the boat accident.
Concerned. Who's concerned?
Myself and some of the partners.
Why are y'all concerned about him potentially trying to put money in a structure or in Maggie's name because of the boat case?
Well, because that would be wrong, and we did not want any part of that.
Yeah, hiding his assets so that they can't go after him for the boat accident liabilities.
Let me put this up on the screen real quick.
So yeah, hiding assets to avoid liabilities is a bad thing to do.
Mm-hmm. Which is why you should always start out doing it open and honestly from the start.
Excuse me. Yes, that's the document that is in question with the $83,333.33 fee sent to Forge.
All right. And right there, tell me what this disbursement sheet is very quickly. Explain that to the court.
So this is where the client recovered $250,000. You can see it came from 3 different insurers, and we would take a portion of our fee. Generally, this looks like a third, and our expenses of $9,300. The Sedgwick claims would have been a lien that we were paying off, and then the $140,678.55 would have been the money dispersed between the beneficiaries of that estate.
What is this line right here?
I'll tell you
That would
sucks.
represent the fee.
At this point in time, had you actually seen the check that was made out for those fees?
I don't recall if I actually looked at it at that point in time.
And normally fees, where would they go?
Normally, if fees would come to us and we would deposit into our income account, what we call our income account.
Okay. So fees come in from somebody who pays a settlement. Where do they go initially? What account do they go in?
To the income account, the PMPD operating income account.
Okay. Fees go in there?
Yes.
All right. When a settlement comes in, where does it go?
It goes into a client trust account for the benefit of the client,
And then the portion of that is allocated for fees, it goes from the trust account to where?
to the income account.
Okay. It usually doesn't go out to Ford's Consulting or anything like
No.
that.
Stan, good question, Jason.
After you had that conversation at ALEC, did you follow up any more on the matter?
We had
We'll
a
have to
couple
see,
of
but right now it
conversations
seems they're
about it
looking
in
at
relation to
motive,
some other, when we were having some other
intent,
conversations,
and
but
just
we
a
didn't really
general
readdress
character
this
thing.
again until late September, late August, early September.
Did you kind of put
He
it on the
tried to
back
hide
burner?
funds, so
I
therefore he
did. I put
killed
it, I
his
was,
family.
at that point,
Bad guy.
it had been done and I was trying to figure out how we were going to account for it on our books and just kind of had it out there as a reminder to try to see, to put in my mind later to see if anything else had been done like that or to see if he was going to try to do that again.
After that particular event, you said that was in late May sometime?
You're right.
Did another matter come to your attention about disbursements as it related to ALEX MURDAUGH's practice in his business?
It did.
And tell me what that was, please.
So on, this was a case called the Ferris versus Mack truck case. And on a Monday, I believe it was May 24th, Annette Griswold called me and said that she had
One
something
second, I
she
gotta
needed to
project
discuss with me.
Yeah.
I was out of the office that day in our Waldeboro office, but when I returned, we met. And when she showed me, what had happened was we received a check for our client expenses. So this case was actually dispersed by the associated attorney, which was Chris Wilson. So he sent us a check for the money that we had forwarded as client expenses, but we did not receive a fee check. And that is itself is odd generally.
And why is that odd? Why didn't that call you? Because y'all had received a fee check from Alex's best friend, Chris Wilson, but not the, the expense check, but not the fee check.
Right. Most of the time we receive them together. Well, Annette, when she did not receive them together, called my assistant Nicole to make sure we had not already received the fee, verified that we had not already received the fee. And at that point, Annette had some conversations with Vicki Lyman in Chris's office. And Vicki informed Chris that their bosses had already got the fee when the settlement was signed, which had happened in March. And this was May.
And Vicki informed Chris or Vicki informed Annette?
Vicki informed Annette of that.
So why is that a concern to you that now you're hearing the fee's already been paid?
Because now we know we don't have the check. We've never received it. So either he's got a fee, either he's got a check he hasn't turned into us that is properly payable to PMPD, or he's received a check payable to him.
Right. And when you were considering the possibility that he perhaps received a check payable to him, aside from that being stealing, as you earlier testified to it, what's your concern then?
Saying that he's trying to hide money from the boat wreck.
Right. All right. Stand by for me.
All right, let's see where we're going with this hiding the asset stuff. What do you think, Ozzy? Exciting, riveting?
Look, from an internal, like, gossipy lawyer sort of perspective, yes, I can understand if the chat's nice and bored about this, but
I'm going to show you what's been marked as, for the purposes of
he
this
feels like an
hearing,
idiot, to be
Exhibit
perfectly honest. This is
12.
not the way that he should have handled things.
Well, no. But see, I like this
Yes,
because
this is the
we're going to
actual-
see
the
stuff that the
expense check
jury
that we
may not get to
received
hear.
in the
This is
Ferris
where
matter.
we get a preview into some of the
And,
From
saucy bits.
Wilson Law Group.
Just quick flip through it and just tell me generally what's in that
So
packet.
this is fascinating to me.
The rest of the packet is our deposit, which is an internal record, our client cost report, which matches that expense check. Then the rest of it, the second, what I'm looking at right now is a check made payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh Esquire for $192,000, and it references Ferris fees.
Okay, keep going.
Next page is the deposit where it says Bank of America deposit only. And it looks like ACH. That looks like, it actually looks to me like ALEX initials. And then it says Bank of America.
Is there a series of emails after that?
Series of emails starts with Vicki Lyman informing Annette Griswold about the fact
The
that
Griswolds, it's a murder
their
vacation.
bosses had received the fee back when the disbursement was signed.
All right, let me put those emails up on the screen. I believe there's no objection versus this hearing. All right. So this is email, and Annette Griswold, explain to the judge who Annette Griswold is, please.
Annette Griswold is one of ALEX primary paralegals.
Okay. And right here, this is an email that was ultimately sent to you as part of bringing this to your attention?
Yes.
All right. And what is she asking right there?
She said, why just expenses
I
and
was
no
upset he
fee?
didn't get his bonus.
All right. And what was the response there?
Dear friend, it is only cost because your boss and mine and Liz's got their fees once they were signed.
Okay. So, and that's
Right, Trigger. That's where I'm stuck. Is murder is a distraction for financial crimes. It doesn't make any sense to me either yet.
All right. After that, did you have a conversation with Annette what to do?
I did. I actually talked with Lee Cope. We went to Lee. Sometimes a lot of the partners are not in the office, and Lee Cope was the one who was in the office. So I went to talk to Lee about what we should do. And of course, Annette was worried about getting ramifications if she was wrong and didn't want to be in trouble.
This has never been allowed.
Lee and I decided to take it over from there. And the course of action that we decided upon was that I would send an email
They're giving the judge a preview
Annette
of what the testimony is going to be.
The supporting documents and the general ledger printout.
To this and then make a decision whether or not it should be let in.
All right. And if we go right here, is that the email you're speaking of right there?
That is.
All right. What's the date on that?
May 27th.
All right. And so then what happens to that email from there if we look over to the next page?
So apparently Vicki in Chris Wilson's office was on vacation. So on June 2nd, Annette clarifies with Vicki what exactly we were looking for. And again, she asked for the full disbursement paperwork, including the disbursement sheets, expenses, supporting docs, and ledger.
All right. And you're included on that email?
I am CC'd, yes.
Okay. All right. Did y'all ultimately get a response on that?
Vicki responded that she would have to send that email to Chris because she did not have privy to that information. So that was on the 2nd. The next day, ALEC came into my office early and asked me why I needed that information and assured me that the money was in Chris Wilson's account and that they could get it anytime.
Okay. And did y'all discuss anything further when you had that conversation?
Just that we needed to get it, or I needed proof that it was there, that it was necessary to get it. At that point, I didn't indicate to him that I thought it was missing. I was just asking for the documentation.
And that was on what day?
It was sometime in between June 2nd and June 7th.
Okay. All right. On June 7th, did the issue come back to a head?
The issue did come back to heads.
Just clear, this is June 7th, 2021.
Yes.
And how much were these fees supposed to be? Did you know?
$792,000 in total.
And to this point, the firm had not received those fees. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Chris Wilson's office is saying initially, we already dispersed them.
Yes. And Chris Wilson's not saying anything to me.
Was, to your knowledge, was an inquiry made to Chris Wilson at that time?
Lee Cope, we had not inquired Chris Wilson other than requesting this information at this point in time.
All right.
So the client said they paid.
How does that go?
So on June 7th, I was going to make another run at finding out from ALEC if we had their information. I went upstairs to his office is on the second floor, and he was leaning on a file cabinet outside his office. And he turned and looked at me when I came up and said, "What do you need now?" And gave me a very dirty look, not a look that I'd ever received from ALEC just kind of frustrated with me look.
Okay.
Which made me go, "Oh, you want to know? Let's go in your office." So we went in the office and closed the door. And at that point, I told him that I had reason to believe that he had received the funds himself.
No, he's in trouble for killing everyone else's 401k.
Received those fees himself.
Yes.
Okay, now she smells something fishy.
Yes.
What did he tell you?
He told me again that he assured me that the money was there and that he could get it. And at that point, I said, I'm just trying to do my job. And if I don't get this paperwork and verify that with these questions, I'm not doing my job. He actually acted like he respected that, and again said that that money was there, and that he again.
And this is
was
how it
trying
all
to decide
unravels.
what he was gonna
He
be
just
doing
thinks he
with
can
it.
stay ahead of the
Did y'all
accounting
get to conclude
department,
that
and
conversation, or did
they're doing their
something
job, so they have
Did
to ask for
not. He took a
documentation.
phone call in the middle of that conversation. That phone call was about his father who was in the hospital, that he was going to be terminal, and that there was nothing else they'd be able to do for his father. So that changed the mood of the conversation. We quit talking about business, and I immediately asked about him and his family and his dad. And, we got talking as friends at that point, concern over the family. And after that, I shortly left. So it briefed and cut down the conversation.
All right, you come in there asking for proof where that money was, because you had reason to believe he took it, and then the conversation ultimately got short by the call about his father.
Yes,
Did you have a conversation later in the day with Ellen?
I did. Around 4 o'clock, my phone rang, and I remember
4
that
p.m. on the day of the
because
murder.
I had been under the impression Alec was going to leave and go to the hospital or leave to deal with his father. And around 4 o'clock, my office extension rang. And at that point, he was asking me for some information on his 401k balances, because he stated he was working on some financials for the hearing on the boat accident that was later in the week.
There was a hearing later in the week, and he was working on financials for the boat accident.
Correct.
Did that strike you as odd?
That he called and asked me? No, he had asked me before. So, and I would be the one to give him the 401k. So it didn't surprise me that he's calling to ask me about that. But I was surprised that he was in the building working on it.
And why was that?
I just thought he was leaving to deal with his father.
Because that interrupted the prior conversation.
That's right.
Did he go and deal with his family?
Is that the last conversation you had with him?
It is.
When did you find out about the murders?
I initially found out through the rumor mill around 10:30 or 11 o'clock the evening of them, but I did not get confirmation until I received a text from the partner roughly 2:30 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
Were you shocked by that?
Yes.
Scared?
Nah, we knew he was going to off his family.
Yes.
Worried for Alec?
Worried for everybody. Yes, especially Alec.
In the wake of the murders, do you know if the hearing that was later that week got canceled?
It did get canceled.
Yeah.
That was a hearing in the boat case where he's personally a defendant?
That's my understanding, yes.
In the wake of the boat case, did you and the partners have a discussion about what to do about getting to the bottom of these Ferris fees?
We did. We did not the week of the murders, because pretty much our office shut down the week of the murders, and then his father also passing away. But when we got back around
Yeah, his
to
father
it,
passed
Lee
away 3
and
days
Mark
after
Ball
the
and I were
murders.
ones doing the discussion. Lee decided that he would call Chris Wilson himself directly and try to get the information, and Lee took over from there.
In the wake of the murders, did anyone want to bring that up to Alec again?
No, nobody wanted. Alec was distraught and upset and not in the office much, and nobody
Okay,
wanted
that's
to,
reasonable.
to
His family
harass
gets
him
to
about
delete it. Like, oh yeah, by the way, what about that money you
nothing
owe us?
that we
Give him a
thought
little bit of a
was
break.
really missing. We had several months till the end of the year to clear it up, so we were not going to harass him at that point in time.
So that part just got stopped in its tracks, is that true?
Yes, Lee took over calling Chris Wilson and trying to pursue it.
All right, and when was that? You said in July sometime?
Yes, probably early July.
All right, and what was the result of that?
Lee said, and you could speak to him more clearly, but Lee said Chris Wilson got off the phone pretty quick with him, which was surprising because apparently Chris Wilson has the gift of the gab. But again, Chris assured Lee that it was there.
All right, ultimately, did y'all get an email about this particular issue?
We did. Ultimately, on July 19th, there was an email from Chris to Alec stating that the money was in Chris Wilson's trust and would have been available anytime that we requested it. That email was forwarded to Lee Cope and myself.
From whom?
From Alec.
And what is that the email up on the screen that you're talking about right now?
It is.
All right, and we see 600,000 for Andrew Ferris and 192 for Denise. Explain that breakdown, if you would, please.
So there's two parties in this case, and apparently there was two recoveries, and each of them would have had a fee dependent upon their recovery. So to me, this looks like
Jesus Christ,
Andrew's
people, hang
portion,
on.
the fee for his settlement was $600,000, and Denise's was $192,000.
At this point in time, had the firm received this $792,000?
No.
Did this email, though, sort of end the inquiry, at least for the present moment?
Yes.
All right, well, let's move the story forward again. Did this matter ever come to your attention again at a later time?
Yes.
All right, and tell me when that came to your attention.
That would have been in September, after we found some other misappropriations and we had confronted ALEC and he had resigned. We ended up having more conversations with Chris Wilson right after that, and Chris admitted that he did not have all the money.
Well, let me back it up. Before we get to there, I'm talking about as far as it relates to ALEC. Did this particular issue with trying to get the Ferris fees come to your attention? And let me take you to early September of 2021.
No.
It is what it feels like. YouTube sucks.
In early September 2021, did the Hirschberger matter that you mentioned earlier, did that come back to your attention?
That came back to my attention. I started pursuing that and decided I was going to go through and look and make sure that he had not tried to already defer something else that we had missed. And at that point, I decided to print a ledger printout of our system of payments to Forge. And as I did that, I started printing all the documents that would relate to those disbursements, the disbursement statements and the canceled checks. And as I started printing the canceled checks off, I could see Bank of America on the back and ALEX MURDAUGH's signature. And everyone
Right
that
here.
came out was just put it a little bit more in the grave for me. That's when I found that out. I had William Barnes come over, who was a partner who was in there in the office that day, and had him look at them. He also believed that they were ALEX signatures on the back of these checks.
All right, and just real quick, these are checks coming from the client trust account?
Yes.
And they're made out to what?
Forge.
But what's unusual to you that's causing you to have that feeling that you just described?
The endorsement and the Bank of America on the back, and the fact that it looked like ALEX signature.
Okay. All right, and so you talked to William Barnes, is that right?
Yes.
And did you talk to other partners about what you were finding?
We did. William and I then called Mark Ball, who had been aware of this situation the whole time. Mark Ball was the treasurer, so he came back into the office. We showed him the signatures. He agreed with us, and he also recognized one of the disbursements as a case
Right
that
here.
could not have possibly been dispersed yet because it was held up waiting some court orders for a workers' comp lien. We also talked to Lee Cope that night about it, and
Oh, come on, guys. Let's make this a little professional.
we came to the plan for Lee to call Michael Gunn with Forge and see if they had
Why
banked
not
at
play
Bank
bridge?
of America. And Michael Gunn confirmed that they had not banked at Bank of America in a number of years.
Did y'all send them a list of clients, the ones that you were pulling off of your system that had payments to Forge at Bank of America?
We did. We gave him a few names that evening, not the complete list. We gave him a few names that we had. And he verified that Michael Gunn verified to Lee Cope that those were not any structures or any annuities, and they didn't have records of them.
All right, around this time, did Annette bring you anything and that this is all going on?
Yes, so this is completely independent and coincidental. Annette, the same afternoon of September 2nd, was in his office trying to look for something. And when she moved to file, a check fell out. When the check fell out, she looked down, and it was Chris Wilson, and it was the $225,000 check payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh that we'd already found.
Oof.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 313, states for purposes of this hearing. You recognize that?
That's the check.
This is the actual check that was found, is that right?
That's correct.
Real quick.
The majority of what he did, he's been charged with 106 crimes.
Got an
Only 4 of them
endorsement
have
on
to
the
do with
back.
the murder. So
Let me ask you this, you've worked with
he's got
Alan Murdaugh for how
102
long?
financial and drug crimes
23
he's
years
facing.
roughly.
During that time, did you become familiar with his handwriting?
Yes,
Can you recognize it when you see it?
yes,
Looking at the handwriting, the endorsement on the back of that document, do you recognize it?
that's his signature. in
This is
handwriting.
writing?
What copies of these various exhibits for the court?
Yes, sir.
See, and that's part of what they're doing. They're trying to show that all of these financial wrongdoings he's alleged to have done were the reason he deleted his family. They want to show that he was doing this to gain sympathy or something like that. He murdered his family to get sympathy and put people in a favorable light for him when he comes to the civil trial. It sounds ridiculous, but that's what the prosecutor seems to be going with.
It doesn't just sound ridiculous. It is ridiculous.
Okay. Hope you're not looking for an argument.
Your Honor, if you'll just give me 1 second, I'll hand the exhibits we're talking about up to the court as well. But up on the screen, is this the check?
Yes. Yes.
And then on the back, whose writing is that?
Alex.
Oh, did he endorse it? What did he do?
Once you started printing out all those forged ones that had Alex writing on it in Bank of America, and you contacted Forge, did you ask them whether or not they ever banked the real Forge, if they ever banked at Bank of America?
Lee Cope had that conversation, and Michael Gunn verified that they had not banked there in a number of years, more than 10 years.
And they didn't have any active structures on any of the clients that y'all had given?
That's correct.
As a result of that, what did the leadership at the firm do next?
We convened a meeting on the morning of Friday, September 3rd at Lee Cope's house with the majority of the partners and myself present. We discussed what we had found and showed everybody the documentation that we had recovered. And then the choice was made. Randy was not present initially. The choice was made to bring Randy in and show him what we had found.
And after Randy was brought in and showed what was found, what happened next?
This is my new peacocking hat.
Randy immediately conceded that we needed to talk to Alec, that it looked like he had stolen. And Danny and Randy got together and met with Alec outside of the office.
Yeah. And did they confront him with this information?
They did, and it is my understanding that Alec admitted it and that it was determined he would resign.
Yeah. Did he ask for a leave of absence?
I think he tried to do a few other things before resigning, but we made him resign.
After the decision was made to resign, was it announced right away, or was there any statement put out or anything like that right away?
It was not announced right away because the decision was made. Johnny Parker was getting married the next day, and it was late on a Friday, and that we were going to kind of hold off until the first of the week. We were going to contact some ethics attorneys and see what we needed to do and announce it the first of the week.
Now,
Alex actually calls
we're in the
himself
weekend,
Alec.
September 3rd.
He
September
refers to
4th,
himself as
something like
Alec.
that?
Yes.
Is that Labor Day weekend?
Yes.
What's the
And he
next thing
pronounces
you
his own last
all heard
name
about
Murdaugh. Alec
The next
Murdaugh.
thing I heard
That's how he
about
describes
Alec
himself.
was, I was actually with my family on the sandbar, and the next thing I heard was Suzanne Peoples with the EMS came down and told me that Alec had been shot in the head and was being flown out to Savannah.
Was that on the side of the road at Old Salcahatchee?
That's correct.
What's the first thing you thought when you heard he had been shot?
Nobody knew what to think. A lot of thoughts went through, but fear went through. Was this retaliation? Was he involved in something bigger that was going to get more of us in trouble? And just fear.
All right. As the months went on after that, did y'all continue to review your records looking for additional misappropriations?
We did. We immediately decided, once we found this out on September 2nd and had the confrontation on the 3rd, we immediately started doing a dig into our books and proactively going to look for anything. And anything that we found, we turned over to law enforcement. We also had a forensic audit from an outside firm come in and provided information from them. So this took most of September, gathering all this information. And
because if
going
one
through
of the
all of our
partners
stuff to
is
figure
screwing
out what else
around with client
we had
funds,
missed or
the other
what else had
partners go into
occurred.
full panic mode. They've got to hire all the outside accountings. They've got to do a deep dive into financials. They've got to explain it.
Forge account.
And they got to protect
the Bank of
their
America,
bread and
which
butter.
was a fake Forge account. Is that correct?
That's right.
Was there another manner in which ALEX MURDAUGH misappropriated money that you uncovered in your review of the firm's records as CFO?
Yes, we've also found out some payments made through Palmetto State Bank.
Okay. And generally explain how those were working.
So those were working on, some of those Russell Lafitte was the conservator on, and funds were directed to Palmetto State Bank as if they were going to be held for the beneficiary. And those checks were later converted into personal use for ALEC.
All right.
And incidentally, the week after we, of the roadside shooting, when we were going stuff in Alex's office, we actually found Forge, our Alexander Murdaugh, doing business at Forge bank statements in his office.
Yeah, forged bank statements are not
Bank
good.
statements?
Yes.
And the title on those bank statements was what?
Our Alexander Murdaugh doing business as Forge.
I'm gonna
Oh,
get a document marked if I could real quick.
all right. But see, again, they have to, at some point, they're going to have to, once they get done talking about all the financial things, explain why it should be let in this case, as evidence that he murdered his family.
And the operating checks, are they a different color?
Blue.
Your Honor, 314 for this hearing. This will be the spreadsheet that's in one of the folders in the packet I just gave you. It starts at the top, the check date 12/26/18. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 314 for this hearing and see if you recognize that document.
Yes, this is a spreadsheet that we've developed of the money and the clients that had money stolen using the Forge payment method.
All right. And by the Forge payment method, you mean what?
Basically checks payable to Forge that looked like they were going to be for a structured annuity on the behalf of the client.
All right. And again, for the purposes of this hearing, in preparing that chart, you've been keeping a chart and keeping these records. Is that correct?
That's right.
Is this all the misappropriations, or is this focused just on some for purposes of a particular category?
This is just for purposes of this particular category.
And what category is that again?
Forge.
Well, you might not be too far off the truth. Some of these crimes involve the possession, manufacture, and distribution of drugs.
All right, I'm going to put this up on the screen. And just real quick, if you could just go across and tell me what the various categories represent, please.
Excuse me. The categories, if you see the column of category Forge payment, those would be where checks were actually written to Forge as if those were the beneficiaries' proceeds that were being sent for a structured annuity.
Okay.
The next line where it says Barrett Boulware took insurance proceeds, this is actually a check that was payable to Barrett Boulware from Southern Fidelity Insurance. And ALEC actually endorsed that check. He had power of attorney on that file. He actually endorsed that check, and later we were able to trace it into his personal accounts.
All right.
If you keep going down, the majority of these are Forge payment. If you get to Dion Martin, the first line says fake.
Just real quick, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Just going across
Just
there,
calling
we've
him a
got
moron.
the client, we've got the civil action number, we've got the category that you were just describing, we got the date the trust was funded, and then we have the amount. Is that
That's
correct?
right.
And the date the trust was funded, what is that category refer to?
That refers to when we found out and did the deep dive into exactly what had happened on each file and deposited the money back immediately into our client trust. So that's the firm actually, as we found these, put money in client trust. We then met with all the clients, reestablished what the correct disbursements should have been, and returned all funds to the clients.
All that shit comes out of the partner's back pockets.
I was going to say, and they would have bled clients after that too.
That ALEX Murdaugh misappropriated through the fake forge on this list.
We did.
What's the total amount on this sheet?
$2,841,512.55.
Wow.
And again, does this represent everything or just a particular category?
Just a particular category.
Just real quick, I see that says 129.11 for Thomas Moore. Is that supposed to be 21?
Yes. And that would be the date and the check number of the check that was taken.
I'm going to hand Exhibit 314 up to you.
So he's got $3 million from the firm, $5 million from the family of his former maid, and $4 million ish from the boating accident.
Going back to Exhibit 314, if we look at all the check dates on here, we have the earliest one being about August of 2015. Is that correct?
That's right.
And then it continues all the way up to early 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that the Raven Pike?
Go out, Zippo, ow. What do you mean, how does she still have a job? She did her job. She caught him. She caught him embezzling the fund. She's a hero.
Along with your spreadsheet that was just marked, have you also prepared some supporting documentation for each one of those transactions of misappropriation that you've identified?
Yes, we have.
And these are from the records and your investigation into the records at the firm?
That's correct.
And each one of these has the firm had to make the clients whole because of the defendant's misappropriation?
We did.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 315, and this is a particular case is Elise Mallory. And just as an example, and see if you recognize that document.
Indeed, this first document is the disbursement, which would have been drafted at the end of the case, that states the recovery, expenses, fees, and payments to clients. Next, we have, this one actually had a payment to forge, so I have a copy of that canceled check. And then the third and fourth pages are where we did our correcting disbursements with footnotes about what had happened and explained everything to our clients when we reimbursed them.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let's put that up on the screen real quick.
All right. While they're doing that, Nicholas Starr of Union Rep
There's
says so.
similar documents.
At the time of the murders, less than 5 knew he wasn't a good guy, and they kept it to themselves. How does this contradict yesterday's witnesses? Again, this is what this prosecution is going to have to do at some point during her testimony, is explain how this connects to the murders
and how they're supposed to work.
So disbursement sheet just shows at the conclusion of the case, once the recovery, it will show the recovery amount, list out the fees that were sent to the attorneys, shows fee splits if there's multiple attorneys, shows the amount of expenses we collect back, any liens or loans that were payable that were in the scope of that case, and then the final amount would be the payment to the client or the client's beneficiaries if they had beneficiaries.
All right. And
he's going to be on a separate trial for all of this shit.
That signature?
Yes, that's Alex.
Okay. And going to the second page, what is this right here?
That is a copy of the check that was payable to Forge that you saw on the bottom line of that other disbursement, as well as the back of it showing.
Keep it
the
professional,
endorsement.
Hayden.
And is that the real Forge or the fake Forge?
That's the fake Forge.
I just spent 15 minutes organizing this for one single viewer that
This
requested
is
it.
the correcting disbursement. The yellow
If that ain't
totals would
professional, I don't know
signify
what
what
is.
the correct amount should have been, and the corrections that would needed to have been made.
All right, going back to this first page, in this
Goofball.
particular one.
You love it.
How much was the recovery?
Yeah, I do.
You see that?
$183,528.
Oof.
All right, and then was there an attorney fee taken from PMPED?
There was an attorney fee taken. In this case, it was $30,000, which was a reduced fee. We generally get a third or 40%, but there are instances where the
40%.
attorney will reduce their fee
All
for some
right.
reasons.
That's steep.
You know why the
It's usually about a
requested
third.
fees be reduced in this case?
That would
maximum
be
is usually
ALEC
around
would
a
have done
third.
that.
Alec did that, and so, but those fees got paid to the firm from that recovery, correct?
They did.
All right, great. So the rest of that money went to the client, didn't it?
It did not. It actually went to the fake Forge account where Alex stole the money from the client.
Every last bit of it.
Every bit, the 152,866.
That client didn't get one dime until y'all had to make it right.
That's right.
And that's similar to the rest of the examples we have.
It's exactly like the rest.
Been going on for years.
Yes.
God, those other partners, their hearts just literally stopped and their sphincters gave loose when all this came out.
Oh, hell yeah.
Documentation like that for each one of these, and they're in the packet up there. I'm happy to go through all of those with the witness. I don't want to sell myself short if I need to. I don't know if the point for purposes of your honor is made, or if you would like me to go through each one of those.
Oh, please don't. Please don't.
Just imagine when the CFO comes to the partners of the firm and said, y'all got to cough up about $3 million to cover his embezzlement. That would be rough. All right, let's burn through these super chats here real quick. Nikola Starov, what I mean is the question to the witness should reflect what he reasonably could have known. Dang it, that was a long time ago. Can't even remember what we were talking about 10 minutes ago. We're still talking about this, I guess. They have to tie everything to the murders, and they haven't done that yet. And the Eva Blink says, Legal Vices, do you remember in the early part of this trial when the judge brought up jury issues? The judge stated that one Chris Wilson brought it up suspicious, right? One Chris Wilson. The trial when the judge brought up jury issues. The judge stated that one Chris Wilson brought it up. I don't remember that. Do you remember that, Hayden?
Not off the top of my head, no. It sounds vaguely familiar, but I can't remember in what context.
Kaiser, do you remember that?
Seconder?
I do not, actually.
Seconder is.
And Eva Torres says Hayden is the MVP of today. Sorry, Jeff.
We're marking the supporting documentation, which I'll go ahead and mark, but I think with Ms. Seconder, we can kind of walk through each one and describe each one.
All right, we get to go through each one of them. Yay.
Do that. But each packet we've got this spreadsheet that has each one on there, and then for each one of them, we try
Hopefully,
to minimize it down to the bare minimum. And again, this isn't even all of them.
Professional indemnity insurance doesn't always cover everything.
Yeah.
But we've got.
I hope they had a really good insurance policy.
Disbursement sheet, the fake forged
like criminal wrongdoing by partners. Well, they might have like a board of directors liability thing where you're, but who knows? I don't know.
Is that correct?
The answer is yes or no.
And so I can go through those quickly, and we can do that on the spreadsheet. And then we have one other category.
No, not yet, Rob. Going through everything. I'm starting to think the judge is just a nosy busybody and wants to know all about it.
I think 2008, 2009.
But this is in front of the jury. It hasn't actually come in.
Yes.
All right.
Are you bored to death, Kaiser? We expect there's like some real person testimony today, and you just get the CFO of the law firm.
You know, I'm a firm believer that you make your own fun while you're here. So that's kind of what I've been doing.
And Michelle Cavarno says, legal advice is what on earth can the defense say to this? What they can say is this has fuck all to do with the murders. This has nothing to do with the murders. Nothing that she said in any way provides any evidence that he either intended to kill his family. This didn't give him motivation to kill his
So,
family.
Your Honor, we're going through that package.
He hasn't
that
been
was provided up
convicted
there
of
with
this
you, and
yet.
We're going to go
So
and order accept.
Honestly, it's less of a stretch for them to turn around and use this as motive for a
Signature, can
third
you
party to
see
intervene.
okay on that screen
He stole
there?
millions of dollars from other people.
All right, I'm going to just kind of move through these as expeditiously, but as
I
accurately.
mean, if
as
he
we can.
murdered her,
First one, we have
okay.
this particular
Yeah.
client.
That would make
Ms.
more sense.
Adriana, is that correct?
That's right.
All right, and I'm going to put 317 up on the screen, and is this the disbursement sheet for that?
That is the disbursement sheet for that, yes.
All right, and down at the bottom, do you recognize the signature where it says attorney?
That's Alex's signature.
All right, and would typically the attorneys meet with the clients and get them to sign these disbursement sheets before any disbursements were made?
I'm not quite sure where the inflection is on that.
Typically, we signed,
If it's how the
we
fuck
did
am I?
the
I'm
checks
just dead tired.
on the attorney's signature, and then the attorney met with the client and had them signed at the same time they distributed and discussed the disbursement.
Gotcha. All right, and then right here on this particular one, we have a total recovery amount of how much?
$247,500.
All right, and then the firm gets paid its fees out of that.
And again, that looks like a reduced fee of $22,000.
And what happens to the rest of the money?
The 225,073.46 went to a fake forge account that was for Alex's benefit.
All right, and is that the check right there?
That is,
Whose signature is that right there?
that's Alex.
All right, and that's 225 and change, and then you have the corrected disbursement sheet, is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is where the firm had to make good on Alex misappropriation.
That's correct.
At this point, his law partners may well have wanted to have him whacked.
All right, let's move to the next one. This would
Yeah.
be for Mr. Barrett, using the first name, is that correct?
Not out of
That's right, Barrett Boulware.
All right, and just using the first name. We have this first one is the 75,193, is that right?
That is the check I discussed earlier that was payable to Barrett that Alec endorsed directly and deposited into his account.
All right, and I'm on the exhibit 318. We're going to the third page, but is this that check right here that was made out to Mr. Bulware?
That is.
I
and
just
that was
vaguely
actually
remember there was
found
some
as we
jury issue.
went
I don't
through his
remember what it
desk
was,
after
really.
September
Sorry.
3rd.
All right, and you recognize that writing right there? I can zoom in if you need to.
That's Alex writing.
All right, and
Something about they saw it on
this is the
TV or
deposit slip
something.
went along with it?
Yes.
And what's the name right there?
Alec
I don't know. I
Murdaugh.
can't
All
remember.
right, going to the next one on the list, we have this one, and the amount is 279,850.65. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right, and we're still in exhibit 318. And this is the disbursement sheet, the original disbursement sheet right there.
That's correct.
Whose signature is down at the bottom?
That's Alec Murdaugh's.
And what does that say right there?
$279,000, $850.65.
that
Payable
good?
to Forge.
Fake forge or real forge?
Fake.
All right, and then what is
If he
that
wants
right
to.
there?
That's the check payable to Forge showing Alex signing it and endorsement on the back.
Okay. All right, let's move on to the next one. We have, this is Hirschberger. We already did that one, correct?
That's correct.
Well, yeah, we already did that one. All right, let's go on. And we did the next two. Those were those two fees that Alec told you he was structuring.
That's right.
All right, or at least this one was, correct?
That's right.
All right, let's go on to Ms. Gary. This is States 319. This is the disbursement sheet right here.
That is the initial disbursement sheet.
Okay, and what is that right there?
Excuse me, that is not the initial, that's the second one. So there's a Forge structure right there of 112.5, a payment of the personal rep and the amount divvied between the beneficiaries. That Forge structure should have been paid to the beneficiaries, and again, it was paid to the fake Forge account.
All right.
You see the check signed by Alec and endorsed by Alec.
All right, so that's 112.5 right there, correct?
That's right.
And then you have the corrected disbursement where y'all had to make right to the clients.
That's correct.
All right. Moving on to the next one. We have Mr., and I'm going to use their first names. Use that for me if you can, please.
Okay.
All right, Mr.
Do
Christopher.
I have a didgeridoo? No, I
All right,
didgeridoo.
and we have this, you have this disbursement right here, is that correct?
That's right.
And whose signature is that right there?
Alec Murdaugh's,
And we got how much?
$750,000.
Going to what?
Fake Forge,
The fake forge, is that correct?
that's right,
And then we have the check,
that we do.
and
Are they
Who's,
saying
uh,
the Forge? The
you
Forge
recognize
check?
that on the back?
That is ALEX Murdaugh's.
Okay, and this is $750,000.
That's correct.
All right. And then we have another disbursement sheet where y'all had to correct it and make it right to the client.
That's correct.
Y'all had to pay back $750,000
We did.
that Alex spent.
We
Client
did.
money.
We did. He stole it.
All right, let's go to the next one. Dion Martin. We have 3 for Mr. Martin. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, let's look at that. We have.
Well,
So you have a
giving
little
the
new
prosecution the
category
benefit of
here.
the
You
doubt,
see the above
they have
where
to
it
say
says
what
structured annuity
exists
directly to
first
Michael
and
Gunn
then try to
of
tie it to the murder.
$500,000, and then it's offset by the
So they
proceeds
still have a
structured
chance.
annuity below.
Not a good one.
This would represent
I
like
think,
there
but-
was an annuity associated with that case that had been properly structured and sent. And that resulted in there being a $200,000 fee taken on that $500,000 that should not have been taken from the client.
So just a sleight of hand with paperwork, and Ella created a phantom real $200,000 in fees from thin air.
That's right.
All right, but that's not the end of this one, is it?
No.
Okay.
Alfred Sparman has left the building. Bye, Alfred.
All right, right here on the second page, we have a disbursement to Forge. Is that correct?
That's right.
And is that real Forge or fake Forge?
That's the fake Forge.
How much is that one?
That's the forged Forge.
$338,000, 56 $56.14.
Okay. Now, we already talked
We're
about
welcome
on this
for that
list, we
joke.
talked about the fake fee of $200,000 that you just mentioned.
That's right.
And we did the 338,056.
That's right.
14. Okay, let's keep going. And what's that?
That's the check for the $338,000 that's payable to the fake Forge and endorsed by ALEC.
All right. And then what is this disbursement sheet?
This one is showing a structured payment of $45,000, and this one incidentally had a quote attached to it.
How could he think
signed
he
by
was
the
getting away
client.
with any of
And that
this?
also went to the fake Forge account, his personal account.
It was clearly
This
backed
is
into a
copy of
very
the
small
quote
corner.
From Forge.
Yeah.
Something.
No Forge structure was ever
No,
materialized.
no was done. We verified none was ever done.
All right. And what is
See, this
that?
just- I mean-
$45,000 check there?
Conspiracy
This is the
theory me
$45,000 check
says
to
this
fake
just
Forge
can't be
deposited by
him
ALEC.
being greedy.
Is this the
If he's
disbursement sheet
stealing
where y'all had to correct it and
10,
make it right to the
15
client?
million
Yes.
dollars, somebody's putting pressure on him in my world.
Moving on to the next one.
Cartel
We have,
pressure for chance.
Elise Mallory, and that's the one I showed you at the beginning. It is an example. Is that
That's
correct?
right.
Yeah, because I mean,
All right.
assuming the
We've
property
done that
taxes
one,
in
and that was
Carolina aren't going to be that high.
528, where he took every last dime of it. Is
That's
that correct?
right.
Especially rural.
Yeah.
All right, the last one I talked about was 321. The one before that was 320, and the one before that was 319. We are now on 322. Let me turn the page.
And while he's doing that, everybody, we have 319 concurrent viewers and 548 likes. You concurrent viewers that are here, thank you
And
so
we
much
have
for being
Mr.
here.
Janian,
Deeply
is that
appreciate
correct?
it.
That's
You
correct.
can be anywhere watching this
Right.
on any
And,
number of this people streaming this.
right here
I'm
we've
so
got a
happy and
disbursement
thrilled,
sheet, is
and
that
I do
correct?
not take
That's
for
correct.
granted the fact you chose to be
And we
here.
have a
So
Forge.
thank you for being here.
$90,000.
We're going to close
That's
down
correct.
And is that real
poll
Forge or
right
fake
now.
Forge?
Fake Forge.
37% of you said cast a
And what is
vote for
this right here,
guilty,
sideways?
and
That is the check
63%
payable
of
to
you
Forge,
said not
fake
guilty.
Forge in the endorsement on the back.
The
of
number
check.
towards not guilty is increasing every time we do this poll.
All right, and then we have an expense.
I can only assume that's mainly
disbursement
because
right
the
there,
prosecution continues to spread the
5541.17.
case.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yep. I
Is that
agree.
another amount that y'all had identified?
We identified later that that was an incorrect charge to a client file, so we reimbursed that as well.
I'm seeing the lie.
Okay, and is this that page right here?
Whether he did it or
Yes.
not, the
What did,
prosecution hasn't
what did Alec bill to
hasn't
the
met their
client
burden
that
of
y'all
proof.
determined was
I've
improper?
seen that since basically
some
the
airfare.
first witness,
To where?
the
On a
second
private
witness.
flight. I can't recall, but I believe that one might have been down to the keys.
Y'all have to pay that money back too in this corrected disbursement?
We
Oh,
did.
yeah. Oh yeah.
That was exhibit 322. We got 333. Mr. Johnny, $95,000. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right, on the first page, we have the disbursement sheet, and we have a Forge line right here for $95,000.
That's correct.
And did that go to the real Forge or the fake Forge?
Fake Forge.
Okay, we have a copy of the check right there. Is that
That's
correct?
the copy of the check and the endorsement and a copy of the correcting disbursement.
Y'all had to make that right to the client.
We did.
Moving on to 324. Mr. Jordan, We got a disbursement to Forge, is that right?
That's right, for $85,000 along with the fake check and the endorsement on the check.
Okay. And then the corrected disbursement, correct?
You missed the one for $65,000. There was two in that one.
Yep, there it is right there.
That's right. And then the correcting.
All right. So we had an 85 and a 65,000 for that one, correct?
And there's a new poll up now. This is specifically, will the prosecutor
Exhibit
link these
325.
forged
This
things
is,
and other financial problems to
now
the murder?
Mr.
Yes or
Manuel,
no?
and we
Not
have a
will the judge let
$70,000
it in.
forge, is that correct?
That's correct.
Fake
Will
forge?
the prosecution
Fake
be able to
forge.
link it?
All right. And
In
what's
your
that
opinion?
right there?
The check payable to Forge, the fake Forge, and the endorsement. And this is the
And
correct
going up
disbursement
right now.
where we paid the client back that $70,000.
Will they be able to link this
Going
to the
next
murder?
one, we got Miss Mary, and we got a settlement proceeds to Forge of 19.5 right there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is Exhibit 326. And did that go to real Forge or fake Forge?
The fake Forge,
All right. And what is that right there?
copies of the check, the fake Forge, and the endorsement on the back by ALEX.
All right. And then the corrected disbursement having to pay the money back
Correct.
by the firm. All right. Going on to Mr. Randy. Right here, we've got a disbursement of $9,569.30 on Exhibit 327.
Correct.
All right. Next page, we have what?
The copy of the check payable to the fake Forge and the endorsement by ALEC on the back of it.
All right. And then the correction disbursement.
Correct.
All right. And last one for this set is Exhibit 328, and we have Morris Mack. Thomas Moore. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And,
Sir
whose
Thomas
signature
Moore?
Is that right
What?
there?
That is ALEC.
And the amount to Forge of $125,000. Is that
Yes.
right?
Incidentally, that's a forged signature for the client. The client confirmed that when we met with them.
Do you recognize that handwriting
It appears to me to be ALEX printing.
on the disbursement sheet?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then we have the fake check right there,
That's correct.
or the fake Ford check, and then that's all on that one for right now. Is that correct?
Well, it's partial correction. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Fluxa says, as an accountant, this is horrific, but that doesn't make him a murderer. As I still her and look through my accounts, I wouldn't want to sort that mess. Yeah, they got a big mess to sort, and they got a lot of questions to answer. I wish I was drunk. Says, how are we, lads and lasses? Better than yesterday? Better. The testimony is more riveting. That's the
Cases
thing.
that ALEC had? Fair amount?
Well, we found them in these several cases, and in the scope of all cases, not so much. I mean, we have a ton of volume, so this doesn't represent a large proportion of those, but this was common with them.
And that's my point, is
Yes.
that there's a large volume,
Yes.
and these are sprinkled throughout over years and years and years.
Sprinkled out over a decade or better.
Whenever there was an opportunity, it happened.
Yes.
I'm going to show you. Let me get a couple more documents, Mark.
Are you not an indoor pipe smoker, Kaiser?
I am not, unfortunately.
Uh-huh.
Most of that has to do with the fact that I have a 2-year-old. So
I had one of those 21 years ago.
yeah, he's got some lung issues. So
yeah, don't smoke enough.
obviously,
Yeah,
right. Oh well, if you guys are gonna both grab yours, I'll be right back.
Hayden, I didn't know you had a pipe.
It's fake. It's a prop from when I played Sherlock Holmes.
Ah. All right,
this most certainly is not a prop.
It's stretch time. And this is a good time to take a long time ago, Notes on a Plane asked this question. Oh my God, what on earth is that device that the stenographer is using at Legal Vices? Does she have sleep apnea? That's a big dictaphone. That's essentially what it is. It's a dictaphone. I mean, you had the old days, the old technology is typing in everything on these weird stenographer typewriter things. This is actually, it's locked in with the Dragon Naturally Speaking. It's a really cool system where they have microphones set up like in front of the judge, at the defense table, at the prosecutor's table, at the witness stand, Plus, she's talking into that thing, and so it's literally converting all of the voice to text, and she's running the formatting, making sure there's no other problems, and so that's what she's doing. She's talking into that to add things or make changes or make formatting things to the written record that's being made. It's a pretty damn cool little device. It just looks like someone's got sleep apnea. Dick Sausage says, why do this deep dive into it? Don't they just have to prove it's relevant to the case? Well, you have to prove what's there before you can prove whether or not it's real. We don't have to prove. They're saying what's there. You have to get what's there into the record first and then say whether or not it's connected. And I've put up the poll to ask that very question. Will the prosecution link the forged forge and other financial problems to the murder? Only 30% of you say yes at this point. Now later, we'll ask whether you think the judge is going to let it in. Does that guy have a purple vest?
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 320.
He does.
9 here to this proceeding. And
thank you for those super chats.
I do. This is a spreadsheet of the payments that were made to Palmetto State Bank and misappropriated through that method.
All right, you testified earlier that the fake forge account, the Richard Alexander Murdaugh DBA forge, started around 2015. Is that right?
That's correct.
Wait, Alex Murdaugh doing business as Forge? This is his own. Yeah, all right, great.
But you just uncovered a different mechanism whereby Alex Murdaugh misappropriated money from clients prior to that. Is that correct?
That's correct. Most of these took place in 2011 and 2012.
Wow. Yep, so this has been going on for 10 years.
Did Alec have some particularly big cases in those years?
He did.
And what were those cases?
So he had Arthur Badger, which was against a UPS truck in
Badger.
Allendale, where his wife was killed, and I believe a couple children hurt. There were several beneficiaries in that case. In that same wreck, well, then they had another one with Hakeem Pickney, who in that same wreck had a cousin in the car named Natasha Thomas.
Okay. Let's talk about the Badger case. What was the total settlement?
He hasn't been convicted of the fraud cases yet. He's going to be tried for them after this.
The total that was apportioned to Arthur Badger was $3.1 million.
That's really the issue that I have with all this.
Also,
We
the
know that it's
case,
a
Donna
foregone
Badger,
conclusion, but at this point in time, he's not convicted of these
I
crimes.
can't recall the number right
It's still
here off the top of
allegations.
my head.
Yeah.
Just for Arthur Badger, who was just one of the clients that Alec had, correct?
Right.
Just for Arthur Badger, what was the attorney fee that he received in that settlement?
He received $1,240,000.
The firm did.
The firm did.
But that would be ultimately on his books at the end of the year.
It would be credited to him.
$1,260,000, is that right?
$1,240,000.
Is that all the money that Alec received from that?
Mr. Alex is a bit of a sleaze. Oh, damn straight, Kim.
That is not.
What else did Alec take?
$1,325,000.
Another $1.325 million, is that right?
That's right.
$1.3 million he took from dead kids.
Checks were payable to Palmetto State Bank.
Allegedly.
That were then converted into personal items, payments for bank loans, payments for loans from a conservator account, payments to Johnny Parker, I believe it was, one to his father for paying back personal loans that they had given him.
Oh, he's a snake.
So we've got now what's been marked as Exhibit 329 up on the screen. I'll let the sirens go by.
There's always one or two of these massive number of sirens every day. Sounds like a lot for a little town.
I was thinking that. And tell you what, whoever was in the planning department that decided to put the fire right next to the courthouse.
Oh, it's better in Salt Lake City.
I'll just talk over them.
The main police station is right next to the city library.
We have Mr. Arthur Badger. Is that right?
That's right.
And we have the date.
Brilliant.
We'll just go with the wee woo wee woo.
And we have the amount, which is how
I was going to
much?
get to that.
$1,360,000, and that is because we returned the PR fee in that case as well, because the PR failed to do their job properly.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked for this hearing is 330. And is this the disbursement sheet?
Yes,
exactly,
sir.
Eric.
And down here, we have Palmetto State Bank.
Steph, the jury is not in the room.
Client request, is that right?
That's right.
And that's the $1.325 million.
That's correct.
And did that go to the client?
No.
I see there's an email right here. Who is that from and to, and what's the date on that?
Well, see, that's what I'm thinking.
You want me to bring it to you?
There's got to be a reason for him to steal
So this
10,
email
15, 20
is
million
from
dollars over
Russell
10 years. I'm thinking there's some sort of
to
cartel
Alec.
involvement. That's just my own personal conspiracy theory, complete speculation with nothing to back it up at this point.
There
So,
was an email
but
that
there's got to be a
came from
reason you
Alec
want
to
this.
Russell
Unless you're just
asking if
living beyond your means.
we could
I don't know.
recut the checks in a certain way.
Oh, I don't know. Maggie
Then
didn't look
Russell
that good.
independently sent an email to Alec, which was forwarded to me and my accounting staff, asking if we could recut the $1.3 million check into 4 different checks.
And did y'all do that?
We did.
Have any reason at all to mistrust what was going on at that time?
No.
So ultimately,
And ultimately, those got broken down into all these payments. This is the payments of how these checks were written and what benefit they went to.
and they were made out to what entity?
Palmetto State Bank.
And then after they were made out to Palmetto State Bank, what happened to them?
They got converted to personal usage for ALEX Murdaugh's benefit.
Now, his firm was probably handling Paul's defense, I would guess.
Real quick, I see the spreadsheet says July 2005. I'm going to point you to this disbursement, though. What's the date on that disbursement?
November 2012.
So is that an error that needs to be corrected?
I'm sure that that's an error that needs to be corrected.
I'll bring your spreadsheet.
Poon was handling Paul's defense? Okay, makes sense.
Give me a pen and
Oh, he's gonna go down for the financial shit. I mean, that's I can't see a single defense for that.
Oh no, that's an absolute given.
But this is murder.
More to the point, this is unrelated murder.
Yeah. May have had big gambling problems. Yeah, and the bookies are tied to cartels and mafias.
11th, 2012. All right, let's talk about another case. I'm looking now at Exhibit 332, and we go back to your spreadsheet, and we have Natasha Thomas. Do you recognize that?
I do.
All right, and what was the amount on that particular one?
There were 2 payments. One was for $325,000 even. The other one was $25,245.08.
All right, I'm looking at Exhibit 332. We have down
He
here.
just had to get those 8 cents.
We have payment, and it says what entity right there?
Palmetto State Bank.
For $325.
Yes.
So was a check cut from the trust account for $325?
Yes,
And is that it right there?
that is it.
And did that money go to the client?
No, that money went for Alex's benefit.
Did y'all have to pay that back and make that right for his
We did pay that
misappropriation?
back.
God, the amount of I certainly hope their insurance covered some of that. I so hope.
What you're seeing now is just all the different payments that were made from that money.
Tigger, you can afford eggs. Hey, big spender. See, that's what I don't understand. Eggs have always been fucking expensive in Korea.
That's correct.
All right, we're looking at the second check for how much was that?
$25,245.08.
All right, and that's made out to what entity?
Palmetto State Bank,
From the client trust account?
correct.
Did that go to the client or did that go somewhere else?
That went to Alex's personal use again.
All right. And did y'all ultimately have to make that right?
We did.
Last one is Mr. Hakeem, correct?
That's correct.
Is that in a companion case to Ms. Thomas?
It is.
Got two misappropriations, is that right?
We should nickname the chicken Jussie
Looking
Poulet.
at this disbursement sheet.
Ju- 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 Juicy Pullet.
On the disbursement sheet, what entity is that?
Palmetto
Ju-
State
Justice
Bank.
for Juicy Pullet.
$309,581.46.
Yes,
And
it
that's
is.
signed by
Pollo.
who on this?
Russell Lafitte, conservator.
And is that the check right there?
That is the check.
Made out to what entity?
Palmetto State Bank,
And what year?
December 2011.
Okay, and did that money go to the client?
It did not.
Did you ultimately have to pay that back?
We did.
And then finally, $60,000 for
The PR fee again.
Finally.
We decided to pay the PR fee back.
And that's the PR fee right there for
Poultry.
Mr. Lafitte, is that correct?
That's right.
The one who signed that disbursement sheet.
That's correct.
That's actually a very good question, Lady Autumn. How did this go on for a decade and not one client complained about not getting their money? Well, I have no idea. Maybe it was one. You're muted, Vices.
I'm sorry, I was snacking on chips. I didn't want to crunch into the microphone. This is a thing that lawyers deal with. I mean, like our firm. I don't know if it's something you deal with, Ozzy, but
Do you have a relation to Russell?
it takes a long
Russell
time
Lafitte
to
is my
get
brother-in-law.
settlements
He's
and to get
married
through
to my
civil
husband's
proceedings.
sister.
And if you can string a client along saying we're working on it, just takes time, takes years to do this. You can string them on for a while. But 10 years is a long
you
time.
should. Yeah, 10 years is a
you
long
should.
time for us.
27th, 2021, you came in demanding answers about those Ferris fees, correct?
That's correct.
And that conversation ended because he got a call about his father, correct?
That's correct.
And the inquiry got pushed to the side because of the tragedy of the murder of Maggie and Paul, is that correct?
That's correct.
And additionally, Alec called you about having to get finances together for a hearing in the vote case later that week. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that hearing got canceled as a result of the tragedy of the murder of Maggie and Paul.
That's correct.
And ultimately, in July, y'all received an email from Chris Wilson saying the money was in the account. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What did you later find out about whether not all that money was in the account?
We found out after September 3rd that all that money was not in the account. Chris Wilson called us and actually wanted us to pony up the other portion of the money.
And what portion was that?
There's a couple $100,000 that was still missing.
God, this is a goddamn financial bloodbath for this firm.
Mm-hmm.
A few months later, your attention got turned back to these matters.
No wonder they're operating under a new entity.
Yeah. And this is a nightmare scenario for a huge ass firm with thousands of lawyers.
That's correct.
Let alone a small like this. Notes on a plane: keep Selma Hayek's name out your effing mouth. And with reference to this witness. All right, here's the cross-examination. Let's see what the hell they're going to say.
You have an idea about how long you plan to be? So we'll take about.
Do you believe that this is
we'll take
any
a break
any
now
way
for about
connected to
10
this murder?
minutes.
Yeah, okay. They didn't make any arguments whatsoever to link this to the murder.
Nope.
They're just like, here's the crimes.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it just makes him sound like a bad guy, but I mean, connected to the murder? No.
Well, we got a couple of super chats here. 3 super chats to get through. Crystal Pontex says we pay $2.50 for an egg. This wasn't a super chat, but I thought it was funny. For a tray of 30 eggs. Now, just random fun Korea fact number 463. There's 30 eggs in a tray of eggs. So when Koreans turn 30 years old, they say, "Oh, I'm a tray of eggs old." It's like Kyeran Hanpan. Like Kyeran is egg, and then Hanpan is like one tray. It's like, how old are you? You say, I'm like, kid on Hun Pun. I'm like a tray of eggs old. It's just a random fun Korea fact. For me, anyway. Michelle Cavarno says, if his family has the reputation for being dirty, what are the chances of rigged cases while they were solicitors? Do they get investigated? I don't know, possibly. I don't know. But daddies and grandpas and great grandpas, they're probably either all out of prison or dead.
I kind of would have assumed that when his license was cancelled, that they may have looked at some of his recent cases to further impropriety. Mm-hmm. If there was no evidence, say over a 2-3 year period, they probably didn't go back any further than that.
And I mean, nobody's asked for it apparently. So let's see, where are we at here? Nicola says, Dvorak vodka, not wasting the good stuff on this. I'm assuming that's not a good vodka. And Glitterfart
here
says eggs are free here, dozen plus a day in the backyard, costs around $120 a month to feed them. That's kind of the thing. The next door neighbor from my sisters. The next door neighbor to my sister, they raise chickens and they sell eggs, and so I just like hate going to visit them because every morning like 4 a.m. the chickens wake up. But I'm like, and they're not a well-to-do family next door, so I'm like wondering if suddenly now that the egg price is going up, they've all got like gold grills and shit now. But all right, guys. Well, here we are. What are your thoughts? Is this just another nothing burger?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're still not substantiating anything like for the murder. They're just saying, all right, he was dirty. He had some bad deals. Great. Still doesn't mean he killed him.
I mean, this thing, and that's the weak motive that they've hinted at, is because all of these crimes were happening, all these financial crimes were happening, and he suddenly realized they were catching up to him on the morning of the murder. That's when they first came looking for the first $790,000 or whatever it was. He went, oh my God, I better hurry and kill my family to draw attention away from those and to garner sympathy for my family. I just have to make it look like somebody else did it. And then they'll go, oh, never mind, his family got murdered. I'll never have to pay back the $15 million I owe people.
Yeah, it's really not how this works. So
no, not at all.
The only thing, and it's a long stretch of a bow, is maybe there was something deeper and darker that the wife knew about, and she was worried that she was going to get dragged into it, so she was potentially going to throw him under the bus, even worse than he already was. But I mean, even that doesn't really work because he was already under the bus.
Well, see, this is the interesting thing. This is the question I have, and I can't remember from crim law days, and that's why I'd like to, and maybe tomorrow when we do the Fuck It Friday stream, Andrea Burkhart will be on here with some other lawyers. That was, oh, damn it. I didn't get to bring it up in time. What we're looking at here is Court TV's Be Right Back. They cut to the studio and they caught the anchor. She was like doing her makeup and playing with her hair. She's looking in the mirror. That was kind of funny. I was trying to bring it up so y'all could see that, but I wasn't quick enough. But
you can skip back 5 seconds on the stream so you can actually.
Oh, hey, yeah, we got nothing to do here, do we? We got 10 minutes to kill. If y'all want to see Vanity in action, let's go back where
I just love seeing live TV flubs.
Oh yeah, this may just be the most interesting thing that's happened all morning.
You're not wrong.
There she is.
Oh, honey, no, that hair is not working for you.
Yeah, that was her doing her.
Yeah, she looks how I feel.
Wow. All right. Yeah, exactly. So that's what's happening. Law firm CFO testifies regarding 10 years of embezzlement. So what? But like I said, what I'm interested in is, and I'll ask some of the criminal defense lawyers that are coming on my Fuck It Friday stream tomorrow. When you're married, you can't be compelled to testify against your spouse.
Mm-hmm.
When you get divorced and are no longer married, can you be compelled to testify against your spouse for things that happened during the marriage?
That's a damn good question, actually.
Because I would be wondering if maybe she saw all this, she knew about this, she saw it was all coming down, she wanted out of the marriage and planned to testify against him. I don't know.
Well, she would have taken a lot of money in that divorce before she got out, or before the fees kicked in.
Well, that's what happened at the beginning. They were talking about how he was trying to transfer all of his assets to her account and his fake Forge account to avoid the personal liability for the boating case and other things.
Okay, so apparently a divorce, the dissolution of the relationship severs the privilege. So yes, once they're divorced, they can be forced to testify. It's just whether or not it includes what came about during the marriage. Interesting. Well, yeah, I look forward to that question.
Given that he called her and was very specific about wanting to have her come to that property, again, I'm not saying that he pulled the trigger, but I'm thinking he might have set him up.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I think he's guilty as shit. I just don't think the prosecution's proved that case.
Right.
I just kind of wanted to break down and just... Sorry.
I was just talking about Eva Blinker. She said, was my super chat censored? The last super chat I got from you was the one saying, remember by the judge bringing up the jury issues. Say that Chris Wilson brought it up suspicious, right? That was the last super chat I got from you. So if you sent anything after that, I didn't get it. You were saying, Hayden, before I so rudely interrupted you.
I was just going to say, I just kind of want him to break down and sort of like, like if he's guilty, I just want him to sort of like have this massive meltdown and say, no, that's not how I organized it.
Yeah.
Give us.
That's not how it was done.
Trial.
Because I really want to know how it actually took place. Like, what is actually, like, I'm annoyed.
I killed her because she didn't understand this shit either. Something like that. Well, while we've got a few minutes here, again, we've got 285 people. Oh, we had about 40 people abandon us during the 10-minute break. You 285 that are here, I'm just grateful you're here because Emily Baker's got like 28,000 viewers. Nick's around 8,000. Other people are streaming this. There's a bajillion on Law and Crime, a bajillion on Court TV. But you 286, you've chosen to be here with Aussie Overlord, Kaiser Pineapple, and myself as we provide irreverent commentary here. And about an hour from now, we'll be switching over to Legal Mindset. When he wakes up, he'll join us. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Hopefully, I'll get some fun witnesses. And Andrew said you were here, Ozzy, but when I was talking to Andrew on the phone today, he's like, everybody said you're going to be pissed because you missed the good witnesses. I'm like, yeah, but there'll be some good witnesses for me today. Nope. But actually, I like this because we're getting a preview of bad shit he's done.
Yes,
we're getting like a full-on preview where they can just basically bring in anything they want at this point, and the judge will decide what to let in and what not to let in.
Yeah, we're getting all the juicy gossip, frankly, that whether it should be in front of the jury or not is sort of neither here nor there for us because we get to hear all the details.
Yep.
Yeah, so this is just fun little voyeurism right now into alleged behavior, and. We can do this real quick. Tomorrow I'm going to be doing this, but tomorrow night let me bring up this particular chat I highlighted. Eva Blink says, Vices, I've sent you both clips on the Twitter. Yeah, I got them on the Twitter. Thanks for that. Appreciate that. Chaos Coordinator said, I won't be here for Fuck It Friday. Fucking work. Now, normally we do the F It Friday. We do the Fuck It Friday stream on Friday morning U.S. time. But this month, because of the trial, we're delaying it till Friday evening. It's going to be starting Friday night at 8 p.m. So if you're not working tomorrow night at Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern time, which is 1 a.m. London time, 10 a.m. for me, I get to start getting liquored up at 10 a.m. and noon for Aussie time, for Aussie Overlord time, not the rest of Aussie time. Come and join in. The whole purpose of Fuck It Friday is just to do a super hardcore grift for a shit ton of money. I try to liberate as much money from you guys as possible on one day so I don't have to worry about it the rest of the month. Everything else is just gravy. And so it's $100 super chat shots for a premium tier whiskey, which will be Glenmorangie 18 year. And the aggregate of $100, $25 super chats, $10 super chat, whatever aggregates to $100. Then we go to a lesser tier whiskey, and I haven't decided what that is yet. I'll have to take a look at my cabinet and decide what I'm gonna dig into for that particular thing. But that's what Fuck It Friday is all about. We have this huge range of guests coming up, some great guests that are really super fun, and we're just gonna talk about. It's gonna be a chill stream. We're going to talk about weird stuff, probably some ghosts and some weird experiences and just current events that don't normally fit into what we do here on the daily stream. But here's the list of people as it stands now that have said they will participate. Our very own Ozzy Osbourne.
I ain't eating no bats, people.
God damn it. Our very own Aussie Overlord, Meme Copium from Japan. Hopefully Danny On will be able to check in by phone. Runkle of the Bailey, Ian said he'll pop in. Stephen N. Gosney, if he's not being a traitor. I see you over on Nick's channel. Anyway. Yeah. God. Yeah. Steve's going to be here. And our one of our favorite guests of all time, Drex, is going to be here. So that automatically means it's going to be a fun stream. Potentially Criminal Sean is going to bring his witticisms to us. And defense lawyer extraordinaire from Oregon, Andrea Burkhart, will be here. Haven't talked to Andrea in a while. Flux from chat, our one of our mods who has her own little channel, she'll be here. And a couple of days ago, we had Ari Jacob was here. She's going to be visiting us. And hopefully we'll get Christina Radix Verum. She said she's going to try to stop in. Steph, the Alter Nerd from the UK. It's going to be 1 a.m. for her. She said she's going to try desperately to come because we love Steph, the Alter Nerd. And there's also been some talks with Nick has said he wants to come. He's going to try to come, but Ricada will be here if his wife and his schedule allow. He's got the link, so hopefully he'll be here. That would be fun. That will be we're dubbing this one the Legal Vices Take Your Swig. Fuck It Friday alcohol-fueled Griftapalooza. You won't want to miss it. It's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, Drex will really show because it's at nighttime. When I've done this in the past and Drex has popped on, it was by his phone and he's in the middle of a work day. But now it's nighttime. He said, "Oh hell yes, he will be here."
He'll be on. Start at 8 o'clock. I can actually be there for that one.
Drex won't be on white time. He's Drex. And yeah, Radix Verum. She said she's going to be here. She's going to try to be here. So hopefully it'll happen. So that's what's going to be happening Friday for me. You don't want to miss this. It's going to start, like I said, at 8 p.m. Eastern time, U.S., and it will just go until my liver taps out. Ozzy, what do you got coming up?
Well, I just wanted. So yesterday, when I was telling the wife that I was going to be on that stream for you, that I said, so I'm going to need an hour, maybe 2 in the afternoon, so I can help a friend kill off his liver. And she says, "Why don't you do that more often?" I'm just like, I like my liver. Let's see.
Tell her you need to tap into the bank account to give me super chats too. But no, I'm just kidding. Go ahead. Yeah. What do you got coming up?
What was I going to say? So today, this afternoon, hopefully we're doing a redo of the interview with Valhalla Awaits, because unfortunately that did not take place yesterday for various technical reasons. And really just the usual show for the moment. I've got a few things on the back burner that I don't necessarily want to announce just yet, just in case. But we got big things coming. We got big things coming.
That's what she said.
Good advice. Damn it.
Yeah. Yeah. But you got to pimp your kinky corner. That's the highlight of my week.
Oh, kinky corner. Yes, people, for anyone that doesn't know, on a Sunday, which may wind up being a Saturday now, where I'm sort of fiddling with times and stuff. Fiddling, not really a word you want to use when you're talking about kinky corner. But basically, we talk about all things kinky and randy, whether they're law-related or not. Generally winds up being a whole lot of articles about teachers turning to OnlyFans, or house mums being banned from schools for turning to OnlyFans, or police officers getting railed on by 6 or 7 colleagues. But yeah, it's a whopping good time. We also talk about the sex position of the week, and we have
I love your kinky corner.
It's a railing good time.
It is. And Medita Finn says, Legal Vices, please not the guy who likes fat chicks. I'm fat, and the way he talks about us is disgusting. Now, Willem won't be on this month, but you should know Medita Finn, that what he is saying is absolutely true. He loves the big girls, and he is passionate about it. He won't be on. Don't worry. Claire59 says perhaps Alex was paying blackmail money for Paul due to something Paul has done. Stealing Alex, so equals Alex stealing money. Blackmailer is not happy with Paul. Still, go out to shoot him and mum his collateral damage. My conspiracy theory is and that could be a valid thing. Like I said, if he has some big gambling debts, if he hasn't paid his supplier, whatever, bad people want their money. I mean, it makes no sense to say that he was just a greedy fuck who wanted money. He's got some problem somewhere. To me, even though it's pure speculation and conspiracy at this point, he's got pressure coming from somewhere that is saying he needs to take these money to satisfy pressure from somewhere else. And if it's gambling debts, if it's drugs, if it's blackmail, people want their money and they will come after it and they will do bad things to you. If you want to listen to some really, really good stuff, listen to Michael Francis. He was a former capo in a New York crime family. He left the crime family and he's spent basically the rest of his life talking to athletes and things about getting involved in money. He's like, we're not going to break your legs as an athlete. We need you to be out there on the court to make your money, but we have ways of getting it. And if you don't get it, bad things happen. He talks a lot about that, the pressure that's put on people that owe the mafia money. We don't know if Paul owes the mafia any, but excuse me, I'm choking on my saliva. Take over.
And here I am muted too.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just choking on my own spit there for a minute. Anyway, does that make sense to you guys that somebody somewhere for some reason is putting some serious pressure on him?
It's either that or he has a hell of a drug problem.
Something, that's for sure.
Well, like what was it, 2 days after he paid someone, reportedly his cousin, to shoot him in the back of the head so his son can get a $10 million life insurance policy. 2 days after that, he checked himself into rehab for an oxy addiction.
That'll do it.
And some of his crimes deal with possession and I believe manufacture and distribution of narcotics. So he could be a middleman. I don't know.
Yeah, the guy's definitely got his share of fingers and toes in all the dirty pies that you can imagine. But yeah, that's just.
Well, this reads like a bad Steven Seagal movie.
It does.
It's or like one of these old spaghetti westerns where it's like, we've owned this town for 112 years. We own everybody, and this is us. And you got the people out there. They're doing the bad stuff. They're kidnapping the kids, and then Steven Seagal and or young Clint Eastwood come in to take out the bad guy that owns the town, to liberate the townsfolk from their oppressor, their evil oppressor. It really does sound like this.
Yep, and they usually do it by ratcheting up the pressure on the bad person.
Yeah, well, see, that's the thing, and that's what Michael Francis deal is. If we kill the guy that owes us money, we don't get the money. So of course we're not going to kill him.
That's true.
We're not going to do something to him. We need the money. There's families, So who knows?
It actually makes a hell of a lot of sense because it took out the wife and the younger son as well. That way he knows that there are still other people in his life that could be, yeah.
And apparently Paul was his favorite. We joke about Buster being his favorite because he's still alive. But Eric Holmes, you just described the plot to Roadhouse.
He's not wrong.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, because it's like any bad movie like that, where this is our town. You want to be out of here by sunset. Bad Steven Seagal movie is redundant. Yeah, pretty much. The fact is that there's like several YouTube channels that are devoted specifically to bad Steven Seagal movies. They just review them and they're hilarious.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I was got way too much time on the hands.
Oh no, they're great because he's still doing things that are like direct to streaming things. And like one of his last movies, one of his last movies is called Sniper, and they just kept joking about the fact that he literally sat in a chair the entire movie. He's even like fighting people from a chair. It's like he's just a fat, lazy fuck that doesn't even get out of a chair. And he's just this bloated behemoth. And he actually walked down some stairs, and some super hot chick comes up and says, "Are you as good as they say you are?" And he gives some Steven Seagal answer. It's really, really bad. But yeah, those movies are great. All right, we are back in court, kids. Let's see what's going on. Boop. Unmute the court. Unmute my court.
Attorney fee money, correct?
Correct.
And while you were in the midst of this conversation, he received a telephone call informing him that his father was being readmitted back to the hospital, correct?
That was my understanding, yes.
And his father had just gotten out of the hospital either that Saturday or Sunday, right?
I don't know.
Okay, and do you know that he spent the Friday night in the hospital with his dad?
I don't know.
Do you, well, his father was Randolph Murdaugh, who was one of the principals of that law firm, correct?
I know who his father was, yes.
Was he a principal of the law firm?
He was previously. He wasn't at the time of his death.
Was he
maybe?
Was he beloved by the partners in the law firm?
Yes.
And his father, and when Alec got the phone call that his father was going back into the hospital, and you mentioned that the belief was that it was terminal.
Correct.
You stopped your work and turned into a friend, right?
That's correct.
Provided him sympathy, correct?
That's correct.
And
this is cross-examination.
Backed off of what you were doing to allow him to whatever he was going to do with his father. Right?
That's right.
And so when you walked out of the office, things had come to a standstill as to your investigation through Alec directly as to where's the Ferris fee money, right?
That's right.
And Mr. Randolph Murdaugh passed away. Monday was the 7th. He passed away on the 10th, I believe, didn't he?
I'm not sure the date, but that sounds right.
That Thursday, right? And if Alec had stayed out of the office from that Monday when he got a phone call that his dad was going back to the hospital in terminal until his dad passed, and shortly after he passed, I mean, no one would have said a thing in that firm, would they?
I'm not sure if they would have not.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what you were looking at investigating was where is the fee due to the law firm on the Ferris case, right?
That's right.
And that was a case where Alec was associated with Chris Wilson, and they represented plaintiff, I assume, Mr. Ferris or Miss Ferris or the state of Ferris.
Correct.
And they got a excellent result as during the case. It was a verdict, a non-jury verdict after a trial in Richland County. You remember that?
I don't know the details of the case.
And that
This guy doesn't do a good job with cross-examination. I don't like him. He seems to struggle.
Expense check, but no fee check. And the immediate question went out to Chris Wilson's paralegal. Where's the fee for the law firm, correct?
That's right.
And the paralegal said, our bosses got paid, and then that caused you to look into the matter.
That's right.
Okay. Now, and Alec told you, no, the money is still in Chris Wilson's trust account, right?
That's right.
And he said that to you on multiple occasions.
That's right.
And in fact, Chris Wilson sent an email saying the money's in my trust account.
He did in July.
In July, that was forwarded on to you, right?
That's right.
And I noticed, well, let me back up. Did Alec explain, did he come up with a story to explain, well, the reason the money is in the trust account is because I'm considering whether to structure the fee?
We did discuss that. Yes.
And in that law firm, your law firm that you're an employee of, partners have structured attorney's fees in the past, correct?
They have.
And so the fact that, and just so the record is clear, when we're talking about structuring attorney's fees, it is delaying the payment of the fees through some financial product. Is that correct?
That's right.
And by delaying the payment of the fees through a financial product, if successful, it allows to delay the payment of taxes on that money.
That's correct.
Now, in the times that the fees have been structured in the past, when the payment of the fees have been delayed, who is the beneficiary of the financial product? Is it the partner that brought the fee to the firm, or is it the law firm?
So we've only done it once or twice in the past. And when it was done, it was the beneficiary was the partner, but it was also contributed and figured into our allocation at the fee breakdown at the end of the year.
So there's no, I mean, the fact that there's a structure, the time you did it, when it was disclosed above board, it is, and just use, say, $100,000 fee, for example. I mean, to allocate it to the firm, that partner who delayed receiving $100,000 till sometime in the future would still have to put his 7.5% or her 7.5% into the kitty of the firm.
Right. And that would also be a percentage of the money that he would receive. That'd be taken into account of that.
Well, would it? I mean, if it was $100,000,
it did.
So he got credit on, or she got credit for the $100,000, even though it never went to the firm?
Yes.
Okay. So if a partner
did it correctly, it would be recognized and it would be accounted for correctly. The question wasn't whether he was going to structure a fee. It was whether he had received the fee personally.
Understand the, and he had said he had it and it was at Chris Wilson's office.
That's what he stated.
Now, the spreadsheet and the files that you were asked about, I noticed the Ferris matter wasn't on any of them, correct?
That's right.
And the Ferris matter wasn't on any of them because the Ferris matter, the firm ultimately got paid $792,000, which was what the firm was owed on the Ferris case.
We did.
And after Maggie and Paul's murder, and after Mr. Randolph's death, murder on the 7th, Mr. Randolph Murdaugh's death on the 10th, how long of a delay was there before you got in touch with Lee Cope and Lee reached out to Chris Wilson?
There wasn't a delay in me getting in touch with Lee Cope. Lee Cope knew about it. The decision was made to call me off of it. Now Lee would deal with it from there with Chris Wilson.
Okay, so as far as you know, there was no delay. It was just taken over by Lee Cope.
There wasn't a delay on my part. It was taken over by Lee Cope.
And you don't know whether Lee, how long it took Lee Cope to reach out?
You would have to ask Lee.
And so, and you can't testify to that. We would have to ask Lee, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
And then you had talked about a Hirschberger case where there was actually what appeared on paper to be a structured fee, correct?
That's right.
And you're having done one in the past. It did not appear that that the proper procedures were followed so that ALEC would have to pay income tax on it,
That's
whether
correct.
it's structured or not.
That's correct.
And his explanation, I think you said that was back in
Late May, early June.
Yeah, that check is May 12th, 2021, the Hirschberger.
I can't be sure when the exact conversations were. They were all going on around the same time, but it had been after that check.
Okay. And that, and so the thought there was, and ALEC told you that, well, I'm just trying to sort of shelter money from me, put in Maggie's name because I'm being a defendant in the voting case.
That's correct.
Now you and your firm, and you've had outside forensic accountants looking at everything, and you don't have any information or evidence or documents that would suggest that any of the Hirschberger fee went into Maggie's name.
I did not pursue that portion of it. We have testimony from Michael Gunn that there was no annuity set up.
Right. And I guess, right. So as far as you can tell Judge Newman here today is that ALEC put that money in a fake forge account that was ALEX Murdaugh doing business as Forge.
Correct.
And you don't have any information that that money then went into Maggie Murdaugh's investment account, personal account, or any sort of account, right?
I know that it went into his Forge account. After that, I don't know how it was used.
And I think you said that that you didn't start back up and looking into the Hirschberger matter until sometime in, I think you said you did not readdress it until late September.
That's correct.
Okay. And early September, you were sitting in your office and you had a epiphany or, just a thought.
Epiphany?
See what how many times Alex his cases have checks going to Forge.
Well, when you're speaking of epiphany, I had started digging through his client list for every fee that he'd brought in. And rather than going one by one, my epiphany was, let me just run a payment ledger on Forge and see what that turns out, rather than digging one by one.
Okay. And what prompted you to do that?
Because I was trying to look to see if there had been any more settlements that had been written to Forge like this other one with Hirschberger, so that we could account for them and discuss how we were going to handle them at the year end with the bonus distribution.
I see. And at what time of the year do you have to prepare final reports for the
December.
partners? For December? And when do you start?
Nice guitar reference there.
It depends every year, but usually December.
But in September, you were, I guess, doing your job, trying to see if there were other Hirschberger type structures out there.
That's right.
Okay. And so you ran a report of financial records that were maintained at the law firm, correct?
Correct.
These were electronic records?
Yes.
And you didn't have to order bank statements for anyone. You had them right there on your computer system?
I have mine, yes.
And there's nothing that happened well, let me back up. We've seen checks to forward, I think you said, going back to 2015.
Correct.
Have those checks been on the firm financial system and maintained them since 2015?
They were. They didn't catch our attention before that.
And there's nothing about the murder of Maggie and Paul that prevented you from accessing that information at any point in time, is there?
No, what prevented me was work and personal obligations to get to that point in time to have the opportunity to look.
And but the information had been at your fingertips. Anything that was done in 2015, it was there. 16, it was there. 17, it was there.
That's right.
And that's why you were able to go back and do the work, and law firm stood up and made these clients whole. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, do you have the summary exhibit 314 up there?
I do not.
Well, I guess I put on Mr. Elmo here. It's not my favorite animal, but well, let me just have you look at this right quick. Can you go through exhibit 314 and there, the grand total is $2,841,512.55, and tell us, just identify anyone on this list that is this straight diversion of fees that were due to the law firm.
Both Hirschbergers were straight diversions of fees that were due.
Is there any other one on here?
Partials of some of the other ones, I can't remember the breakdowns, but I know like at least Mallory or one of those two, some of them should have been firms fees due to them.
Right. But all the other ones, but the Hirschberger matter, involve proceeds that should have gone to the client, right?
Which your client stalled, yes.
Right. And that, well, you investigated it and you came to that conclusion and the law firm came to that conclusion, right?
Yes.
Okay. But as part of the investigation, did you have to interview the clients and ask the client, hey, did you authorize ALEX to put this in a fake Forge account?
We did interview the clients, most of them. We met with them. Most of them were very surprised and shocked and stated that they had no idea that they had been stolen from.
And so to establish that the clients didn't authorize ALEX to do what he did, I mean, you had to go to the clients.
Correct.
And get their response.
Correct.
So?
And you accepted their response, rightfully so, correct?
Correct.
Well, so you're saying they lied about not receiving $1 million?
On this list of 314, is there anyone where you didn't go to the client or the client representative, except perhaps Hirschberger, and say, did you authorize Alec to do this?
I might not have met personally with all of them, but somebody within our firm did.
Right. Now, Barrett, the second one, Barrett Boulware, said took insurance proceeds. That's Exhibit 314. I think you said Alec had power of attorney?
He did.
And was Mr. Boulware alive in 2018?
I don't remember.
And how is it that you know that Alec did not have a permission from Barrett Boulware to keep that money personally, that perhaps Mr. Boulware had owed him some money?
When I believe Ronnie Crosby's the one who spoke with Jarrett Boulware, who is his PR, so that'd be a better suited question for Ronnie than it would be for me.
So we would need Ronnie Crosby and Jarrett Boulware to come in and testify as to what Barrett Boulware may or may not have agreed to do without.
You may have one that he could come in and testify that too, but the rest of these on these lists, people told me that they either did not know about it, was covered up, or was forged.
And they would need to come in and tell the
They
court.
would, and they have.
Or they've testified.
They believe they have.
She's unhappy.
Not in this proceeding.
Not in this proceeding.
Now, there was another group of cases that involved Palmetto State Bank, is that correct?
That's right.
And your brother-in-law?
That's right.
And again, there's Arthur Badger, Natasha Thomas, Hakeem Pinckney. Do you know if Mr. Lafitte or anyone at the bank was personal representative or conservator for any of these folks?
He was conservator for Natasha Thomas.
Ozzy, talk to us.
I believe he was conservator for Hakeem Pinckney. I can't
Ozzy seems
remember
to be
the
having
exact
audio
circumstance.
problems.
And he was the conservator for Arthur
We can't
Badger's
hear you.
wife.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't hear that.
And Mr.
Better for the YouTube
Lafitte,
algorithm.
I mean, all of these checks went to Palmetto State Bank, correct?
Correct.
And then from Palmetto State Bank, they were sent out to pay, according to your investigation, expenses that Alec owed. Is that right?
Correct.
And repayment of loans that Alec owed, right?
Correct.
And that Mr. Lafitte was knowledgeable about that, as far as you know, right?
Appeared to be.
Now, I want to go into a little bit more detail on some of these.
Oh, please don't. Come back, Ozzy. We miss you.
Let's just go to, I'm going to put it up on Miss Elmo. And it is the Ben Allen Kendall. Well, that's Hirschberg, but let's don't do that. Let's do the next one, Adriana. And let's see if I can do this right. Do you see that one? That's the disbursement sheet.
Yes.
And the recovery amount here is, and it says settlement proceeds to Forge Consulting, and that's $225,000.
Correct.
Oof.
And that according to this document, represents what the client should have gotten and didn't get.
Correct.
And then the attorney's fees.
No,
here
this is
said
not in front of the jury. The
$22,000.
jury is
That
not present.
Firm got $22,000?
Yes.
Okay. And then this same exhibit, there's a lengthy footnote down here. I guess, does this footnote explain what happened?
Yes, it does.
In this footnote, it says there were 3 previous disbursements in this matter. Is that right?
Yes.
And it says the first one occurred on December 13th, 2018, issuing attorney's fees and cost, $19,932.89 to Palmetto State Bank, satisfying loans and et cetera, and other matters. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, do we know if any of those are fake bills?
They look to be legitimate.
Did you confirm they were legitimate?
Yes.
And how'd you do that?
By looking at the paperwork and observing the paperwork.
Okay. And then here, there was another disbursement on December 20th, 2018. Is that right?
That's right.
And this document referenced some exhibits. There's an exhibit A through F. I don't believe that's attached. I mean, it may be. I don't have it. Did you prepare this footnote?
I don't remember which ones exactly I prepared. I've prepared a lot of them, and Chelsea Van prepared a lot of them as well.
So, and most all these have an explanation and a footnote as to what the entire transaction was
That's
about.
right.
Okay. And you didn't do every single one. It was a team effort, I take it.
That's right.
And so people on the team investigated it and then would have to come here, explain exactly what they did and what they learned. And
That's correct. It's also been through forensic audit and also looked at former FBI, and it's been provided to law enforcement who all looked over it as well.
Okay.
Really getting into anything we haven't already figured out yet?
Oh, yes, this all goes on the official record, but the jury won't hear or consider any of this. If the judge allows some or all of this testimony in, then we will go through all of this all over again for the jury.
Now, I think you also said that on back to June the 7th, that you said that Alec called you and asked for his updated balance in his 401k.
That's right.
And he told you he was putting together some financial records for civil discovery in the voting case. There was a hearing coming up.
Yes.
And that he had asked you, he'd questioned you previously about the balance in the 401k.
That's right. This has not been the first time.
And the times that he questioned you, was it in context of putting together information for the voting case, or just he was curious?
Putting together information for financials.
Okay. Financials in general, or financials in voting case, or you just don't know?
I didn't really ask particulars.
Okay. So
the perception was that it's for the voting case. Talking in the office, we knew hearings were coming up. We knew they were looking for his financials.
Okay. Well, when you said on the 7th he called you about financials, did reference the voting case?
I believe he did.
Now, do you know what impact
In some form,
What
they have to take some sort of lunch break.
consequences
The lawyers and the judges and the
Alec
court
would have
people and
suffered
everybody
from
else
his
needs to eat
partners
lunch. So yeah,
if he had just, or if you had found that he had diverted the Ferris fee to himself personally, as opposed to putting it in a structure or putting it in the firm? You know.
I think that he probably would have had some bad repercussions for him because they were adamant that we were not going to be part of having any portion of hiding or diverting any fees.
And the concern was hiding fees from the civil discovery in the voting case.
Yes, at that point in time it was.
And that wasn't, and at that point in time, no one was saying that they thought he was stealing from the firm, but that he was sheltering money from being disclosed.
That was the opinion, yes.
And then it wasn't until September when you ran a report and you saw all these forged checks being deposited in the Bank of America account and endorsed by Alec. You'd seen his signature, that you realize there's been something far different going on than what anyone believed. Is that
That's
right?
correct.
And that's what led to his resignation or termination.
Correct.
And that information had been in the books and records of the law firm since 2015.
Correct.
Ozzy Overlord is now in the process of trying the "Did you turn it off and on again?" His computer is booting up.
One last question. That the information that in part of the investigation where you and members of your staff and the forensic accountants determined that the clients did not authorize any of these transactions, you have no personal knowledge other than what's been told to you by people working for you or by the clients, right?
I also saw some of the deposits going into his personal Bank of America account statements.
No, I understand that, but whether the clients.
If they had some back deal, I don't know about any of it, no.
Right. And any information you have about what the clients told the firm is hearsay, as far as you know.
It's not hearsay if they said it to me.
Okay.
Ooh.
Some said it to you.
Yes.
Okay.
She's pissed.
Thank you.
All right, there you go. Shut up and sit down, dude. It's not hearsay if they said it to me. That was good. I like that answer, actually. But
One thing you know is that the money that you've talked about for the fake forge went into an account Richard Alexander Murdaugh DBA Forge, correct?
Correct.
Is there any possible legitimate explanation for client trust funds to go into that account?
No.
And after you realized that they went into those accounts, did the firm ultimately refund the money to those clients?
Yes.
You mentioned that you actually found in his office some bank statements for that particular account. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 335. Have you take a look at it? Is that consistent with the Richard Alexander Murdaugh DBA fake forge account that you saw?
Yes.
That you had repeated instances of client trust money going into?
Yes.
That there's no possible legitimate explanation for?
That's correct.
I like how the
You were,
CFO of
asked
the law firm,
questions
the
about
accountant, is schooling him on what's hearsay and
manner of
what's
your
not.
inquiry and that sort of thing. And I want to take you back a little bit further very quickly. Do you remember, is it common for, after the books get cleared at the end of the year, for certain partners to loan money to the firm to handle operating expenses until fees start to come in?
It is. Basically, we wipe out all the cash reserves. So in order to operate for the first couple of months, attorneys will loan money to the firm for operating expenses.
At some point in time prior to all of this, did you become aware of an instance in which ALEX MURDAUGH had erroneously received a repayment?
And those of you that joined late and wonder what's going on,
We did.
the jury is out of the room. You can see the jury
Did that
seats
happen
there.
once, or did the same thing happen twice?
It actually went through twice. The check was written.
That's
to
where the
him
jury
erroneously,
sits.
and within a
They're
few
out right
days,
now.
he
What's
brought
being
the check
argued
back
is
to my
whether or
staff
not to allow
and had it
the
recut to
evidence
him.
of financial crimes
So,
in to prove
first
he
check
somehow murdered his
that
family.
Was recut, was held for him for about a year. So the replacement check went through immediately. And the first check cleared about a year later. And that's when we discovered that, going back and looking, that I discovered that he was paid erroneously, that it should have been Randolph Murdaugh and not R. Alexander Murdaugh.
So it was one repayment, but he managed to get it twice.
That's right.
How much was that check roughly? do you
Clever.
recall?
$125,000 roughly.
$125,000. Was
Not
he
smart,
concerned
but
about this
clever.
when that was discovered?
Yes.
What was his explanation?
His explanation was there was an accident that he thought it was due to him and that he didn't know, and that he found the other one later and deposited it too because he thought they were due to him.
And was he required to pay that money back?
Yes.
And after he gave that explanation of, oops, I didn't realize these $225,000 checks were for me, was that matter then forgotten or moved on from?
It was shelved, yes.
It was shelved. Nothing, no repercussions happened at that point in time or anything like
No.
that? Okay. So the money gets paid back and people moved on. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. You testified before that when the murders happened, that the inquiry, nobody was going to bring that up now in the wake of the murders, the Ferris fees that you had talked to Alec about in the morning that Maggie and Paul were killed, correct?
That's right. It's a family-like place. Everybody was concerned for him, his family. We knew we had time to discuss this before the end of the year. And at that point, like we said, we didn't think he was stealing any money from us.
They had no reason at that time to think he was stealing, correct?
That's right.
And so it did get shelved, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then in July, you got an email. Is that correct?
That's right.
And you testified to this before. What did the email say from Chris Wilson's office?
It said that the money was in the account available to us at any time that we would ask.
And then, so at that point, the money seemed like it was there. The money is not missing, and so the matter was shelved. Is that correct?
That's correct.
However, you've testified that things have been going on for a while. And it was months later that triggered you to do that inquiry. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. Because there have been multiple instances over the years. Is that right?
That's right.
But that has nothing to do, the fact that that might have occurred regardless of, at any point in time because of all the things that have been going on. That has nothing to do with the fact that when things were happening in June, they got shelved.
Welcome.
Then you found out the money was there and you thought that matter was closed. Is that correct?
That's right. We never knew about the prior. We had no reason to look. We had no complaints from clients. We
I
had no
think I'm
people
back.
saying they were missing money.
You are.
And this just turned up when we
Lovely.
started searching because of the Hirschberger and the other relevant things.
Has there been instances in which Alec used the firm credit card for personal expenses and was required to pay that back?
Yes,
And if the money got paid back, well, then the matter, everybody moved on. Is that right?
that's right.
So there was a history of that.
That's right.
You get the money back in and everybody moves on.
But you are
That's right.
extremely
History
loud
of
and probably
trust
need to
and brotherhood.
back the
That's what happened in July.
back the mic
Ferris
off
fees.
about
Is that correct?
30%.
That's right.
What the
Perhaps about whether or not
Oh, Andrew.
Hey,
You
does
were
this
told
look like
in
Megan
July
Fox's mom or what? Hey,
that
hey,
No.
how y'all doing?
the
I can see that actually. I
You
can see
it,
that.
right? Like
money was in
older Megan Fox, yeah.
Chris Wilson's trust account. That's what you were told. Is that correct?
Correct.
You've gotten me into a mess
And
here,
you come
Andrew.
to find out, however, that it actually had not been there.
We did.
And you found this check proving it, correct?
Have
That's
you paid
correct.
attention to what's going on to anything so far, Andrew?
That's what you're for, Jeff.
First witness was a Snapchat person talking about when the video is uploaded.
Okay.
And then ever since then, the jury's been out, and now they're going through all the financial things at the firm, and the judge is going to rule whether or not to allow financial crimes in as evidence of murder.
Wait, so are we not even in front of the jury right now? This is all a motion?
Nope. Yep.
What?
It's all a 404.
Oh, it's been a fun morning.
Jury hasn't been here most of the morning.
That's actually annoying.
They haven't said a damn thing that links this to the murder either.
If the judge allows us in, we're going to get to do it over. Yeah, exactly.
There had been a long history of if the money got paid back, people would move on, correct?
But he stole a fuck ton
Things
of
were
money from the
continuing to
firm over
percolate.
10
They
years.
got delayed
Oh, yeah.
in
Yeah, he's
June
fucked on
because of
that.
everything that happened, correct?
Correct.
But you were now curious, and eventually, months later, you look back at that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that also was highlighted and sparked by the discovery of the check, proving that he had not been telling the truth the entire time.
Correct.
And this was all triggered by the last 10 minutes of yesterday.
Further. All right, thank you. You may step down.
Okay, there's still been no argument as to how this could possibly be motive or intent or whatever to kill his family.
Well, we're running up on lunchtime. Mr. Waters, what's next?
Well, we can certainly continue with this. We have Annette Griswold, who is Alex's former paralegal, who in large measure will testify to the similar events with Thomas Moore, Hirschberger, and the Ferris.
Are they trying to prove
fees.
that he murdered somebody?
Again, I don't want to
by
be cumulative for purposes
fact
of
that
this, but she will certainly
committed
add to
financial
that.
crimes?
We also have available.
they
on
want to
this
bring in the
particular
financial
issue,
crimes as
Michael
evidence.
Gunn, who is the
not evidence.
the
of
principal in
this- of the
Forge,
murder.
who of course will testify that he had never had any discussion with Alec about structuring fees, or at least nothing had ever been set up, and that this account is not his, and that all the money in these various transactions never went to him, and that they were diverted. And then we have Chris Wilson as well, who can describe the circumstances of those Ferris fees. All that would be very lengthy, but we have all that available in as much as that's necessary to complete the story for purposes of the in-camera hearing.
They're trying to
We
get
do
it coming as
have, though, we have
intent
arranged
or
to get
motive
additional,
or something along those
SLED
lines.
and other witnesses here related outside of this for the afternoon, if you wish to make use of the jury for that. And also, as it relates to this, and we're also prepared to offer testimony about these particular instances, but we do have a confession of judgment that I would offer to the court at this point in time in the Satterfield case. And again, before the jury, we would have testimony about that, but for purposes of clear and convincing evidence, we have this confession of judgment that we would offer for purposes of this hearing as well. In addition, we have his disbarment from the Supreme Court.
That's what I want to
which
know.
also
What
refers
his
to
disbarment
admissions
grounds were
of
for.
Financial misconduct, which we believe also are relevant to the court's decision at this point as to whether or not there is clear and convincing evidence established of these various other crimes. And so we would offer those as well to the court for its consideration now. However, we can certainly offer testimony about those aspects as well. I think, Your Honor, if we can get to a decision point on the law firm witnesses, then we can move forward. And again, we have some witnesses related to Satterfield that we could address and try to work that in over the next few days of court time. And then finally,
I bet you try and work it in.
case as well. And so that would be some of the financial witnesses that we would offer. And then finally, Your Honor, we do have some witnesses from Palmetto State Bank who will talk about the extent of ALEX Murdaugh's financial condition at the time the murders happened, and the reason why, explaining the reason why all these things were occurring and why they were all coming to a head in June of 2021.
But are any of them going to provide anything of reasonable inference as to why the hell
Your Honor, I think there's
this is relevant to the murder?
more than enough in the record from this witness to establish that this evidence is not admissible under 404B. And I mean, without even getting to whether they can prove it up by clear and convincing evidence. I'm happy to make that argument at any point in time. But if the whole landscape that he just talked about, Your Honor, 403 also includes a component of undue delay. And as he just described, all the financial misdeeds or crimes that he wants to prove up, we're going to be here until end of February, I suspect.
Oh God, I hope
Or
not.
Yeah, no, seriously
Well,
though. Seriously.
That's
though.
adding
I
2
won't
weeks to
be.
this trial.
Andrew Mindset maybe, but I won't be.
I'm out if that's what they do. No, seriously though. I mean, if they try to make this a financial crime.
Yes, sir. And obviously, as I even pointed out with this witness, we're trying to streamline the presentation.
Bullshit.
Frankly, the extent of
There was nothing streamlined about
very
that.
broad, and we're trying to focus on just a few areas. And the ones that we're focusing on are the ones that really came out of his mouth within seconds of law enforcement being on the scene, within seconds of the 911 call happening. And that is, of course, the boat case. And what does that mean? But there's two things that are very temporally connected with this particular crime, and that is the confrontation with Ms. Seckinger that morning over the fares fees that have been percolating for a while. And then number two is that pending hearing that very week in the boat case, which again, the purpose of that hearing is to, in a specific request for production and interrogatory, to identify all accounts. And again, once you do that, once those accounts are identified, just like Ms. Seckinger was able to do, just like law enforcement was able to do, the state grand jury was able to do, it doesn't take long to figure all that out and then lead to not only what's happened here, his disbarment, but also, I don't have to get into this specifically, but 99 counts for which he's facing a possible sentence of life without parole on that alone. And so that kind of
It's not probative for that.
consequence
It's got nothing to do with the murder.
is very much relevant and very timely to what was going on June the 7th in his life. The defense asked the question, can you think of any reason? And all of this going on in his life, which is a stellar series of events like nothing ever seen, is certainly relevant for the jury to consider when they consider a perfect storm that was arriving for this man on June the 7th.
Griffin, the witnesses that are here, Ms. Griswold, Chris Wilson, and Mr. Gunn, confession of judgment and the disbarment. Do you contest the matters which they are here to testify concerning?
It depends on how far they go with their testimony, but I'd certainly, that's predicate for Mr. Gunn to testify. They didn't have an account at Bank of America, and those checks were not deposited with us, and I didn't know anything about this. I mean, that we're acceptable to that, and just, without knowing the full scope of what they intend to offer, it's hard to say yes, but that's all. I mean, just like this witness, I mean, she has a lot of information.
Answer better.
That she learned through investigation. But if we had to try this case, 90% of it she couldn't testify to.
I point out that those witnesses that I mentioned,
They're trying to try the other case now.
All testified.
I was going to say, if it seems like they're trying to do a dry run for the case.
Yeah, they want to have that case now.
Has access to as well.
I have a hypothesis.
So I don't know
on
that
why
necessarily
they're
it needs to all be repeated for your honor's determination now, because again, as he just said, those facts have been testified to. It's just a question of the parameters for this particular trial, which again, the state's intent is not to try 100 white-collar cases in the context of this murder case. It's only to explain to the jury.
That's what you're doing, regardless of your intent. Yeah.
Unfathomable set of events for a lawyer, what was going on in his life that were all coming to a head on June 7th. I think that's extremely relevant, and we plan to do so in a very expedited.
This wasn't all coming to a head on June 7th, though. At that point, there was like 5 people that knew about
the trial going forward with the jury.
Right.
I mean,
And people knowing about it is not a motive for him to murder his wife and son.
Well,
this hearing, I'm very candid with the court.
yes, sir. As far as the court's view of things and what the court needs to determine to be convinced that clear and convincing evidence exists, clear and convincing evidence is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt and all that. It says, however, that degree of proof which will give me a firm belief as to the facts sought to be proven. And if those specific facts are not being contested, what the communications with Ms. Griswold that's in the record. With Chris Wilson, there may be, Attorney Wilson, may be some dispute, I don't know. Mr. Gunn, Forge is a well-known consulting firm, and the Bank of America account says Richard A. Murdaugh, sole proprietor, DBA Forge, confession of judgment, disbarment. I'm happy to sit and hear any and all of the testimony.
Oh God!
One of the things that did occur in the Siegel case was the judge who got reversed didn't want to spend time.
Oh God!
Listening and hearing all of the evidence.
So he just wants to hear everything because he doesn't want to be reversed.
Things. And the court says, although we sympathize with the court's concern about the length and complexity of the trial, we nevertheless conclude that the importance of the evidence, due to the importance of the evidence, it must be presented and the court must receive it. So I am happy to do that.
But
without needless presentation of evidence.
I don't think he's going to say but.
Now,
I really don't.
I understand the defense's position, and I'm not seeking any waiver on the question of whether or not this should be admitted or not admitted. I know you each have your arguments on regarding 404 issues, and I haven't heard much argument on the race gesta issue, which is equally important, or perhaps more important.
Hey, we got a porn bot. Sweet. Welcome, guys.
Nice.
Are interested in contesting the nature of each one of these witnesses' testimony. If they're here and available, we can hear them. I mean, we can. You indicate that there are some other witnesses on other matters that can occupy the jury for a bit of time this afternoon.
Yes, sir. After our discussion this morning, we got
God
some
damn it!
folks
Why does
rolling
Andrew
in.
always get the good witnesses?
You get some of the Dick Poons, so I did miss out on the
Go
Dick
in that
Poon.
direction and then resume.
To be fair, we don't know if they're going to be good witnesses or not.
Later this afternoon.
But at least they're witnesses that will be in front of the
tomorrow
jury.
Afternoon. I just don't want the jury to sit and to be in an idle format. And to the extent that you all can be in agreement with a path forward,
make them work weekends. Make them do it Saturday and Sunday.
Then I make
Don't you fucking dare. Some of us need a break.
Oh, I ain't going to do it if they do it on the weekends. Fuck that.
No. They can do their motions on the weekends. Fuck that.
As I mentioned earlier, I strongly believe that based on what you've heard thus far, it doesn't meet the elements of 404B, and you don't need to get to whether it's been proven up by clear and convincing. I mean, if you rule against us on that, then we have to.
How about race gesta?
Well, the only thing that would come close to res gestae is redress gestae.
Shut up.
Tomato, right?
Tomato.
So the only thing that comes close to that is, the encounter on June the 7th by this witness up there about the Ferris matter. So one matter, it's the Chris Wilson co-counsel fee issue, and that was the only thing he was confronted about in the afternoon before the murders.
Exactly.
And
the state has to prove the state of mind of the defendant.
He didn't know he was going to get caught on all the other stuff.
This witness knew at that moment in time, but what the defendant knew.
How can the prosecution give evidence as to what the defendant knew at that time?
Well, they're supposed to reasonably
Your Honor,
infer from what the witness provides.
With regard
Fuck
to
off.
the res gestae issue, we had briefed State v. King 334 SC 504, and that is somewhat similar in that it involved thefts for someone stealing money, and there were remote thefts, and there was a theft the night before or close in time to the murders, and the claim was that the murders were done to get money from the victim, and that we had thefts earlier in the
And
day.
Nicholas,
or
I
the
haven't
day
forgot about your super
previous,
chats. We'll get to them in a
and then
minute.
number of thefts
From an hour ago.
months and years before.
Judge, do the 403 analysis, 403, 404 analysis in King?
Well, the trial judge allowed it in. The Supreme Court, Justice Burnett in 1999 overturned Judge Hicks Harwell for admitting the evidence.
How? Conducting a 404 analysis, 403 analysis?
Well, I mean, they have a footnote in there.
You have to do what we're doing now.
Yes, sir. But in the case, they said, while the remote thefts may have been minimally relevant, show motive under law, the prejudicial effect of this evidence far outweighed the slight probative value. So the Supreme Court did a 403 analysis.
Yeah. Don't you
That's
sit
the
there
footnote
smiling?
5, Your Honor.
Unless you're smiling because he just gave you a reason to exclude the evidence, don't sit there and smile. I'm pissed at you, Your Honor.
I mean, the fact that he's even contemplating allowing us to have two trials here
Anything else
in one.
before we break? We'll resume at. We'll resume at 2 o'clock with at 2:15 with witnesses, and we will resume with witnesses and the jury witnesses, and we'll resume with this in-camera hearing involving witnesses later.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
So be in recess at 2:15.
There we go.
Oh,
Wait, so
boy.
what did they just decide?
Nothing.
Nothing.
They gotta
Nothing.
finish sorting it out later.
What's going to happen is, and this has been pointed out, is that they're going to punt on this issue, and they're going to come back and argue it later, and they're going to go to other witnesses that don't involve these issues in the afternoon.
Of course.
And then they're going to try to decide this, I guess either really late after they dismiss the jury or tomorrow morning.
Oh, no, they'll do it tomorrow morning because that's when I have to put up with this shit. It's clear they're going to do this tomorrow morning. Yeah.
They're going to target you, Jeff. They're going to target you specifically.
Don't even wonder. It's all they're going to do tomorrow morning. They're not going to go late.
Yeah.
I just tell you that right now. Well, gee. All right. Well, that gives you about 3 minutes to set up your deal, Andrew.
I'll be there. I'll be there in 3 minutes. Can't wait to hear how pissed you are, Jeff. Bring the bottle.
I'm beaten down, man.
Just day after day, you're just taking haymakers of boring to the
prosecution face. Just slashed my tires. I'm just all the air is gone.
All right, I'll see you in a couple minutes.
All right, we'll see you. And gee, Kaiser, our layman jury on the panel got here on the day when there was literally nothing for the jury. You got that fascinating Snapchat testimony. Holy crap. Had I known, I wouldn't have wasted your time.
What we can make it up another day.
Oh, dear. Well, like I said, Andrew is going to be starting here in about 2 minutes. So we need to wrap this up ASAP. Let me go through my crap and I'll give you guys the last word. Tomorrow, apparently more fucking riveting testimony along this lines. We'll just have to see. Please come back tomorrow. Don't hold this against me. It's not my fault. This is just so bad. And again, if the judge lets this in, which it sounds like he plans on doing, his questions and his behavior indicates to me he's going to let this in.
The fucking smiling. I just.
This means if he lets it in, y'all get to hear all of this all over again. Because this is a trial run. If he says, okay, yeah, all this shit she just said, you can introduce it. She goes back on the stand. They ask the same questions.
It all again.
And you get to hear it all over again. Yes, guys.
I have a thought.
Yes.
I was going to say, you mentioned you had a theory.
I have a theory.
Yes.
At this point, my theory is they know they are lacking in the evidence to get him on the murder. They don't really have enough. So they know they've got enough to bury him and put him in behind bars, probably for life if they get him on these financial charges. So if they're like, okay, we're not going to be able to, we're not doing a good job of creating, a good case for the murder. Okay, let's bring in all the financial stuff, show that he's a bad guy, get this jury to go, hey, this guy is a scumbag. He's done some really bad things. Even if you don't get him on the murder, hey, let's sink him on this. Give him life again there.
Well, I think you're close. I think all of that, but if you say this guy's a scumbag, that's where our roads diverge. All of that, get to the point where, hey, listen to all these horrible things. He stole millions of dollars from dead children. He's done all of this. He robbed his law firm. He did all of this. He's a terrible guy. And because he's a terrible guy, he probably murdered his family too. That's what they want the jury to say. And it's purely prejudicial as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. Because as the defense lawyer was just saying, at the time the murders were committed, he just had a conversation with someone in his law firm about, hey, you owe me like $790,000. Where is it? And then to say, well, we have to figure out what he knew. How can the prosecution say what was in the mind of the defendant at that time? They can't. And as far as he knows, which I would be thinking, which I have previously with some things from my deep dark past gone, okay, they know about this. That they probably don't know about anything else. Otherwise, they would have brought that up first. And that was very reasonably what he was thinking. Okay, they got me on this. I can talk my way out of it. I've talked my way out of it. All this for the past 10 years. I've explained it all away. I can do it again. I mean, how can you say that you know what he was thinking? He knew in his mind his whole world was collapsing. No, he didn't. He just knew that, okay, I've got another financial issue to explain away as I've explained away every other one for the past 10 years.
Yep.
But yeah, to me, it just seems like the jury, as you said, the prosecution knows they have a weak case. I think they know they don't have guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Now they desperately want to bring in this really bad shit so that the jury can go, yes, really bad guy, probably murdered his family too. So even though they didn't prove it, we still know he was a bad guy, so he probably did it. And I don't like that. But the problem is, the biggest problem is if they let this in, the chances of the judge being reversed on appeal on this issue is very, very low, because you have to prove that the judge was clearly in error. And it's a judgment call. If the appeals court goes, yeah, maybe he got it wrong, but he did a reasonable job. I mean, it was reasonable that he came to that conclusion. They let it go.
All the more reason for them to do it, because if they get him, again, if they can prejudice the jury enough to get them to convict, done deal.
Yeah, well, Andrew's up and running now. So what's going to happen is tomorrow we'll come back for more of this riveting testimony in the morning. And then Friday evening U.S. time is my Fuck It Friday stream, where you just send me lots and lots and lots and lots of money through Super Chats. You ask lots of interesting questions. We have this great guest panel lined up. Like I said, so far we've got Ozzy Overlord, Meme Copium, Danny On, Ian Runkle from Runkle of the Bailey, Stephen M. Gosney. Hopefully he'll join us actually live here and not just in chat while he cheats on me with another woman. Another woman. I'm not a woman. Just with a woman. Nick, I don't know. Wait. Anyway, you know what I mean. Drex will be here. Drex always provides interesting commentary. Potentially Criminal Sean will be here. Andrea Burkhart will be here. Flux will be here. Ari Jacob, Radix Verum, Christina, Steph the Alter Nerd is going to desperately try to be here. And Nick Ricada says he wants to be here. It just depends on his schedule and what his wife's got planned. So that might be a thing. That will be at 8 p.m. Eastern time. 10 a.m. for me, 1 a.m. for people in the UK. And those of you that happen to be in the Australian capital time zone of Canberra, where Aussie is apparently lurking, that's 1 a.m. 1 p.m. Fuck, I don't know. Noon. It's noon. Okay. So day drinking for me and hopefully Aussie, because his wife likes to get him drunk so she can take advantage of him or something. Was she begging you to do more drunk streams?
Yeah, she wants me to do more drunk streams just to, you know what the point of the drunk streams are. So,
oh, absolutely.
I don't need to advertise that.
And so that's what it is. It's just
I will gladly drunk stream with you.
It's just grifting for money to, so I don't have to talk about it the rest of the month. But anyway, come for the great conversation. They average about 7 or 8 hours. These streams do. Because we just keep going until my liver taps out. Usually I fall asleep before my liver taps out. This time it's the advantage of day streaming, so I'm not going to fall asleep, I hope. But I'm tired from this. So that's what I've got coming up. Kaiser, what do you got coming up in the near future?
Actually, tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, I'm actually streaming. I've got my my usual weekly streams that I do. I usually go Tuesdays and Thursdays, 9 p.m. Eastern time. And I just kind of hang out for about an hour and a half or so, and we build on models, paint miniatures. We do all kinds of just stuff, hang in the chat. It's a good, chill, just relaxing time. Everybody comes, do something creative, and we just chat and talk and just kind of unwind from the day, because there's enough, there's enough things going on in the news and here and there and whatever. Come over here, find this community of just creative and fun, relaxed minds. We're just going to have a good time and kick back, have a good old chat.
And if you haven't subscribed to Kaiser, what's wrong with you? Get over to Kaiser. Does some cool stuff on there. Kaiser Pineapple. Subscribe to him. Like all of his videos. And Aussie Overlord, what about you? What's coming up other than the legendary Kinky Corner on Sundays?
As soon as I can wrap my head around getting enough sleep, I'll be back to my usual schedule. Once this trial's over anyway, because let's face it, it runs right through my usual time schedule. The wife has suggested that I start up my late night streams again. I don't know if I have enough cocaine in the house.
I miss you. I miss hanging out with you at night.
So, but we shall certainly see whether or not I can attain that. But yeah, guys, look, what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw my super secret link in the chat that literally makes it as easy as humanly possible for you to be able to subscribe. You put that in a new tab, the button will pop right up, click it, then you can close the tab. You never have to open it again, okay? It's that easy, people, okay? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. There's the wrong link. Shit.
Thanks for the link, Valhalla.
There we go. Okay. All right. Yes, that was a fail.
Can I tell you something funny? You're not
it.
a mod, so it doesn't let you post the links.
I know they can copy and paste it.
Put it in the private. They can't see it, so put it in the private chat, and I'll paste it in.
Val, where are you, buddy?
All right, here we go. There we go.
Don't put up the porn link. No. OnlyFeet isn't coming until I hit 15K. Okay, we know this, people. There's no porn links in the. So
go to Ozzy, subscribe to him, and here's our last 2 super chats of the day from Nicholas Starov, who has waited an hour and 4 minutes for this particular one. Have AH ever lived in SC? Who's baby daddy? Talking about Amber Heard and her mysterious child, her mystery child. And let me get rid of this stupid banner that I don't need anymore. And I unfortunately was probably just save it because I'll need it tomorrow. And the last super chat of the day: when to not go down on an Aussie girl. Her fly swat hat is down under. It's when you had your fly swat on.
Yeah, it's a time of the month joke.
Yeah, I specifically waited until the very end to read that chat.
Probably for
all
this.
right. All right, everybody. What's going to happen now is we're going to end the stream. You should be automatically transferred over to Legal Mindset Andrew's channel. If not, there's going to be a little box at the top of the chat that says, hey, there's something going on over on Legal Mindset. Do you want to join? Click on that. YouTube may or may not respond to either of those. So if by some reason it's 2 strikes, then just go straight to Legal Mindset channel and click on the live stream. Gentlemen, sorry you were here, Kaiser. Sorry you were here today, Kaiser, of all damn days. It was even worse than usual. But you got some interesting insight into the financial misgivings and misdoings of our defendant. But all right, on that note, we're going to shut this down. See y'all tomorrow morning Eastern time for this trial, and then Friday evening for liquor. Hell, liquor, it killed her. All right, with that, Law Rats out. Everybody take care. Enjoy your legal vices. Ozzy, thank you. Kaiser, I apologize. We'll see you later.
Thank you.